Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Budget Day 2. I'm going to call the meeting to order and invite you to stand as you are able to join us in O Canada. We're going to call on Councillor Uhrig to give us our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Councillor Uhrig. And now I just invite you to join me in a moment of silent reflection regarding our business today. Thank you very much. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? I see you considering it, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, good morning, and thank you. I'm just determining whether or not to bring the interest forward at this point in time, but should there be a discussion on the Trowbridge Street project today, I will need to declare an interest on that after discussion with the Integrity Commissioner because of my involvement in Rotary House.
Okay, thank you very much. Just as with the Deputy Mayor, if any conflict or interest arises in your mind, bring it forward at that time. So members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions, and most certainly at budget time, we really look to members of the public to participate and give us their views on our deliberations on the budget. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on the budget, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom on phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation must register in advance with Legislative Services by 4 p.m. The day preceding the meeting. And you can do that by contacting Deputy Clerk at meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1110. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes. And a reminder that the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. I'm just going to mention at this point my plan for this morning's meeting. We will deal with public participation first, and then I would like to have some review of what we did yesterday, and in particular, Treasurer Manning will bring forward the various amendments or additions or deletions that we had yesterday so that we all have a clear understanding of where we stand on the operating budget, and then we will move into discussion of the capital budget. We do have a deputation today, and I welcome Bill Cameron to the podium.
Morning, thank you. I sent an email to council close to a month ago, I guess, about one issue in the capital budget. I got one response, and thank you for that. So for the benefit of the other 6 and staff, any other taxpayers, we'll go through this a little deeper. As council knows by now, I'm the type that looks very hard to derive 6 cents value of every nickel we spend. And that's a habit I don't intend to apologize for. I've focused on one specific part of this budget, the one that I'm qualified to comment on with no guesswork. The Roads Department has requested new equipment to a total of 1.5 million. Excuse me. Part of this is a replacement of the farm tractor used for plowing the town streets, as well as a new similar unit for other congested areas. Tractors are slow, expensive, and for my limited travels in town, admittedly, not effective at leaving suitable conditions. Pre-amalgamation, as is still the case in every other local municipality with tight streets, we used a single axle plow truck. They're 4 feet shorter than our other plows, lighter, more maneuverable, more effective cleanup than the tractors. I've heard the argument that the tractor is also used for brush cutting in the summer. I think I speak for the majority of taxpayers when I say that particular trail of destruction is just another good reason not to have one. The tractors are budgeted at $450,000 each. Trucks of that style are $280 each and arguably more useful. We also have a request for 2 more replacement plows using the familiar reasons of extended their life expectancy and experiencing higher than average maintenance costs. I would assert both those statements are false. I currently drive a snowplow with higher mileage than either of these 2 trucks, which will be used full-time for at least 4 more years before becoming a spare. As our 2 trucks are our oldest, they're already spares, meaning they aren't used in everyday service. Assuming every 100 hours of use requires extra maintenance, it's still irrelevant. Extra maintenance is far cheaper than $300,000 each for a new truck. A common mistake made by fleet managers in any line of work, trucking, municipal, government, doesn't matter, is to judge the value of equipment by the age. Age is often not the factor, it's the condition that matters. For over 26 years, I've used trucks and heavy equipment during a living. I've never owned anything new. I've proven for years that properly maintained older equipment has a lower cost of operation over increasingly poorly built new equipment. And another factor to consider here is that if a plow route is to be replaced by new equipment, hopefully not a tractor, but a smaller truck, we need one less large plow truck anyway. It's very easy for a municipal manager to get caught up in the practice of keeping operating costs increased below an acceptable level. In the process, it's possible to lose the urge to work towards other methods to get the same job done more economically or more efficiently. And I believe that may be the case here. We should all have lists of what we want and what we need, and never confuse those 2 lists. They're not the same list. We see a request here to spend 1.5 million where 560,000 would get the job done, possibly better. We have some pressing issues on our need list here. Wastewater plant upgrade, an arena, a pool. The 940,000 that could be saved buying equipment that we need instead of what staff would prefer would cover 10% of those 3 projects that actually are needed. In the most challenging economic climate that most of us have experienced, it's not unreasonable for the taxpayers to ask our elected representatives to explore less expensive alternatives to proposed expenditures of this size. The example I've given is one of the easiest to calculate and compare if you're willing. Because in my world, spending almost $1 million less without a negative impact on service is very well worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that there will be lots of discussion of this particular issue when it comes up for review in the capital budget. So stay tuned. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to a member of the public? At least we have at least one observer today, and we welcome you. And a reminder to everyone watching on YouTube that you know, we're here for a good few hours today, and if you have time and wish to speak to us, please do. So now I think we should just take a few minutes and review what we did yesterday in the operating budget. And maybe I'll start by asking Val to give us an update on any, I don't believe we had any deletions. We certainly had some additions. And so not only do we want to know exactly what we did, but what it's going to cost us, if it is going to impact the tax rate, and if it doesn't, what are we taking from reserves, I would say. Thanks.
So as of yesterday, we increased the ditching, a one-time ditching by $250,000. And that funding's all coming from roads reserves. We increased the cost for docks on ice to $20,000. And that's all coming from the economic reserve. Georgian Trails grooming, we put an additional $10,000 towards that. It's coming from the other parks reserve. We discussed Leith Ann and beautification flowers, and that's coming, and that's $10,000, and it's coming from the other parks reserve. And the cemetery signs, the rules sign, $5,000, and it's coming from care and maintenance reserve for the cemetery. We did discuss a couple of other items, but they were going to be from sponsorship. We talked about cameras. And $1,500 for farm safety is coming from that expense, and it's already budgeted for. So currently, there's no change to the tax levy percentage increase of 4.35.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I ask a question of our treasurer? Just for clarification in relation to the docks on ice. I believe I heard you say up to $20,000, an additional $20,000 above and beyond the $16,000 is what I believe we agreed to yesterday. Just wanted to clarify that I was correct on that.
That's correct. It's an additional $20,000.
Any further discussion of yesterday? Anything you wanted to add or discuss? If not, so go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to come back again for clarification. The Downtown Harbor Master Plan, so it's $200,000 this year and $200,000 next year. It's a lot of money. Consultants have become very, very expensive. So I just wondered if I could ask for a little bit more clarification of the scope of this project, just so council has a further understanding, as will our residents, of this expenditure, because it is a lot of money.
I'm going to call on CAO Everett to perhaps start the response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and to the Deputy Mayor's point. Staff worked on developing this budget with Development Services Director Can, and looked at it from the perspective of right from start to finish. There's just not one study or one component to this plan. As I mentioned yesterday, there's transportation, there is economic development, there is the actual harbor layout, honestly, a lot of landscape architectural aspects to what this will look like. And based on other studies that other municipalities have done, all that encompass this much, because we're also incorporating the downtown core in this, that number seemed like it was a fair number compared to the other municipalities that did similar work.
Go ahead.
Just one follow-up, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Would the scope of the project include a focus on the revitalization of Market Square?
Through Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, I don't think there's any way that it won't, because it's such a key piece to the downtown core. And to be honest with you, there's other studies that have been completed, and I think of the development charges study that has actually identified the Market Square project as, I believe there's 1.1 or $1.2 million in DCs for that Market Square project that's already put in to the DC study. So we're collecting dollars from development for that project. So wanting to make sure that we are getting very clear direction from council of how you want to proceed with Market Square. Is it going to be a parking lot? Is it going to be sort of a green space plaza? This downtown core exercise needs to really identify what the future of that location is.
Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In concert with that, so the harbor in kind of varying into town Is this also including then proposed walk around Skydev, that direction as well?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Yurg, anywhere that there is potential connectivity. So the Skydev development, absolutely for sure. What we've talked about is at least 2 blocks to, I'm going to say, the south, so of Main Street, has to be incorporated into this, because we're also through this project, we'll also be looking at what do we have for parking. And when I say traffic, just to be crystal clear, like there is a lot of opportunity that we could look at in regards to traffic flow, whether it means one-way streets. Look at the opportunity of, if we one-wayed some streets, the additional on-street parking that we could actually achieve is something that I think council should be considering. So there's this project will finally put the connectivity and, to be honest with you, the future character, finally, in my opinion, in front of council and the public to get some direction of how we want to proceed. The harbor is an absolute jewel. Downtown and the facilities and the amenities and the storefronts, it can really be a vibrant experience for people. And I look at the harbor, and it's sort of a blank palette of being able to finally put some finishing touches on that, because right now, driving around there and, quite frankly, in gravel roads and potholes, and I look at that, the pier aspect of it. It's something that should be a draw for the Southern Georgian Bay area, and this is an opportunity. And this is something that, and we've talked about this before. This isn't a 1-year pay for everything. This is a long-term financing plan that, Councillor Uragano brought the idea of sponsorships up. Like all these aspects, we need something that potential sponsors can also buy into and get the vision. Because the taxpayers alone will struggle to pay for everything. So there's opportunities, whether it be grants and sponsorships, to be able to make this something that is reasonable, viable, and fiscally responsible for the taxpayers.
When you talk about a blank palette, I have said for years, you can't buy a coffee, a beer, or bait at the harbor. It is just, wide open, and but it's so important that we have a plan and that we have a lot of public input on what the people want to see there. Another example is we have Captain Bruce Shepard's Great Lakes memorabilia collection, which belongs in the harbor, and but we need a plan, or that will probably not happen. So go ahead, Councillor Yerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the question. So the Captain Shepherd artifacts, because this is a 2-year plan, it's obviously nothing's going to be done in the harbor for a while. And we talked about that as being at least something that we could do now to at least have some more interest points around. Is that still being considered to be done before and not going to wait till after, presumably?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Yurg. So absolutely, the discussions that we've had at the staff level, there are absolutely pieces of that collection that could be put out on display much sooner than later. There are also aspects of that collection that probably would be best to be part of the overall strategy. But I know lots of members of the public have ideas and thoughts about where things should go. But we also want to make sure that when we do install those pieces, that there is the interpretive aspect of those pieces. So yeah, I see those pieces being able to be distributed strategically in advance of the master plan.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And one final question for the CAO in relation to this. It's often discussed at the Growing Our Economy Committee, the thought that Meaford needs a vision. In your mind, is the completion of this plan, the harbor downtown master plan, in essence, will that establish a vision for the future of Meaford?
Through Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, that is a great question. And my response is Meaford is a community made up of a number of villages, hamlets, settlements that we, in my opinion, have to be nimble enough and flexible enough that each one of those needs to have its own character. We have to be able to reflect on the history, the significance of what Meaford is. There was some great discussion yesterday when we talked about coming event signs and gateway signs, and I can't agree more with council about the discussion that a welcome to Meaford sign should go to the gateways of Meaford. Not the downtown core, but Meaford, close to Van Doller's. And I would also say we can't only just look at the Highway 26 corridor. There are a number of other gateways into this municipality. We're blessed with the geographic size of this community, but it's just not Highway 26. So, and every little hamlet, village, settlement, there, in my opinion, over the next 4 or 5 years, there needs to be that identification and, quite frankly, reflection of those other, important aspects of Meaford need to be very clearly identified and reflected on. So, for the downtown core, yes, I see this being a key part to identifying an area within Meaford of what that vision is and that character, which I would suggest will be different than other areas within Meaford, but being able to celebrate those other ones. Hopefully that's helpful.
Before we move into, I'll go ahead because I'd like to make sure we finish this
Thank
discussion.
you, Your Worship. This discussion about the downtown Harbourfront Master Plan is very interesting. I have a couple of questions for our CAO through you, if I may. First one is, when do we anticipate this plan getting, the studies getting underway? I mean, there's some groundwork to do before that happens. And I guess the other thing I wonder about, you mentioned the Skydev development. We have a development on Collingwood Street that something is going on there. There has been some excavations there. And equally as important, maybe more important, is that we have a huge development proposal, condo proposal, east of our library that, of course, I think right now is under the OLT. How they're going to play a very important role in our downtown master plan, and I'm just wondering, is it going to be more difficult with new developments downtown, suggesting a lot more residential involvement downtown? Is this just going to be one piece of the puzzle?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield, it is one piece of the puzzle. Your question in regards to from the developments that are sort of on the books and both formally and informally, I see having this plan in place to be one of the most proactive moves the municipality can make. Mainly because we can clearly identify to those developers, this is what we're moving forward with. And that will help inform their site plans. Whether or not it's trail connectivity, where sidewalks go, what the look of the landscaping should be, how they could also build to the character of what our community is requesting. And then the other piece is from a development perspective, I'm a big proponent. We could ask them to front end. Like a good development will work with municipalities to actually put the trails, sidewalks in place even before they start building. Like, we can say this is where the trail goes and figure out your design, but we need the connectivity. That we have the ability to work with our developers in advance so they can be informed. So what they are proposing fits with what our requirements are, as opposed to what many municipalities do. They wait for the developer to tell the municipality what they're doing. The municipality needs to be in a position where we say to the developer, this is our plan. This is where we want the connectivity. This is where we want the mid-block crossing. And then as development, they're responsible for paying for that. By doing that as well, the potential homeowner that is buying in that development, they will then be able to see, oh, so that sidewalk's going to be in front of my house, or that trail is going to dissect the property line. Now the homeowner, potential homeowner, is also educated and informed, because there's, in my previous experience, typically the home was built and then 2 years later the trail was installed, and the homeowner hadn't done their due diligence to find out that that trail that they really don't like is in between their house. If we can get all that done front end it, that will save a lot of issues on the back end. So hopefully that's helpful.
Go ahead, Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to back up the excellent points CEO Everett had said, because a perfect example sort of in real time that we can explain where this would have helped us would be some of the projects that we've reviewed. We certainly came up with ideas or we wanted things. But we didn't have any kind of paperwork to back up those ideas. So one of those that's fairly recent would be the Berry Street area where we wanted connectivity to between Sykes Street down around that Georgian Bay Harbor project. So they had agreed to do that, but there is no kind of vision for that already in place. Where if that had been something that had been already determined by the community through this type of a plan, we would have let them know, by the way, you'll be contributing to this. This is what the vision for that area is. And right now, we really don't have a vision for that particular area. We know that the municipality owns that street bed, but otherwise there is a lot of open-ended questions. If that helps to kind of frame, it's a lot easier to say, here's our vision, it's already set down, and then how are you going to contribute to Mr. Developer or Mrs. Developer, than to try to invent it as we go.
I know in the budget discussions, we actually wondered if 200,000 a year was enough for the amount of planning that's needed here. But anyway, just so you know that how we came up with the figure we did, and largely, with the support of our CAO. If I can move on, because we have a lot to do on the capital budget today, but I want to also remind everybody that Friday is the last opportunity for this council to make changes, additions, or deletions in the budget. So we have really our meeting today, and then we have our meeting on Friday, which deals with the user pay and sort of service partners and so on. So I think it's just I want to remind you, and staff is anxious as well to know that that we just have today and Friday to arrive at any conclusions we want to. So if we can, let's move on to the capital budget then. And I'm just going to throw up the first slide here, which this is the one I'm looking for. Thank you. So this slide shows that we're doing a capital overview, and we will be looking at carry forward capital projects, ongoing capital projects, and new projects by department. And I said yesterday that, we are playing a big catch-up game. And so that's why there are really three kinds of capital projects. And we need to be, certainly moving on the carry forwards and the ongoings, as well as, prioritizing anything that is really important in our new projects. So Notes on council amendments. We were through this yesterday. We know how that works. So the capital budget and the summary. So I'm going to be asking Tori to work with me on this because there's a lot of detail in many of these slides, and I'm not as nearly as familiar with them as she is. But anyway, we have 60 capital projects planned for 2026. It's going to be a busy year. There are 10 new initiatives introduced this year, and I think we should have some discussion around them. And then recurring capital programs. This is another category of capital. It's just something that goes on every year. We don't really pay a lot of attention to it, but if it were to stop, we would soon run into problems. So there's IT upgrades, there's regular replacement of computers, devices, and network infrastructure. The library has an annual refresh of books, digital resources, and equipment. The fire department has an annual replacement of helmets and fire protective clothing and bunker gear. And then we also have long-term investment in physical assets such as roads, bridges, buildings, parks, and municipal infrastructure. And I would say, we referred to this yesterday, we have a great many assets and in various stages of repair. And there are certainly a lot of work to be done to make sure that we really keep up the assets that are critically important and perhaps release some that are not. And that kind of assessment has to take place in the near future. And I do want to refer later as well to bridges. This year, we are doing Tori, you could probably explain this better, but there's about 40 bridges that are going to get looked at and some service this year, and the objective is to postpone the day when we have to do a major work on a bridge or replace it. So I'm impressed with the fact that we have a plan to address the small things on 40 different structures that will keep them going and postpone future expenses. I think first, the next one here is how capital projects are funded, and maybe I'd just turn it over to you, Val, if you don't mind doing that for us.
So when we look at capital projects, we determine whether they're ongoing or current or the other.
Carry forward.
Carry forward, there you go. So how we tax them, so a portion we contribute to tax levy. And if they're ongoing or carry forward, a lot of that money comes from previous years because we've already budgeted for them. There are DC charges, and there's lots of projects that are identified in our DCs where we can offset the cost of that through the DCs. If it's a wastewater, it's paid by user fees. We also borrow funds to pay for several of the bigger projects. And then there's provincial funding. Currently in our budget, we have OCIF and CCBF. And I'm not going to tell you what those acronyms mean. And then there's there's other grant funding as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So major highlights of our capital budget. I have certainly been involved in the decisions. For example, the harbor dredging, it was job one for the simple reason that the harbor is such an economic driver and so important to tourism. And so it was critically important that we get this dredging done. The harborfront and downtown master plan design, again, it seemed like if we don't start recognizing how interdependent and how related these two aspects of our physical downtown are, then we will not really benefit as we should from having this kind of resource. The website redesign, critically important, because we've been, I think, struggling for some time, and now we are out of time in terms of the technology we were using. And thank you to Holly for bringing forward a plan to really improve that, and we're all looking forward to those improvements. 28 Nelson Street parking lot. So this is something that's been, on the back burner for a while, and it's time to move it forward because probably the thing councillors hear most about downtown Meaford is where to park. And so I think it's, as I say, more than time that we got this. It was a progressive and forward-thinking thing to purchase this property a few years ago, but it has taken too long to actually benefit from it, and so we'll make that happen. The Trowbridge Street reconstruction is another example. The Beautiful Joe pedestrian bridge. It's great that the preliminary work will begin on this project this year. There's $130,000 being raised by pet lovers in Meaford and far and wide in support of this project. And the principal thing in my mind is that the Beautiful Joe Park, which is already such a great asset, unfortunately lacks accessibility. And this project is going to make it accessible, and not only that, accessible pretty much right from downtown Meaford. So when you talk about connectivity, CEO Everett, I will say that if we, I can see where some of the projects that are on the board right now would give you actual connectivity from the Bake Shop Street Hill and where the fishermen work, all the way through to Meaford Museum and the swimming hole and Fred Raper Park. So that's going right across the entire urban area. So we got so many opportunities, so much to be done, and only so much money. But we have really prioritized here, and I believe that what we have laid out in capital highlights are key things that will be very beneficial and in a short time. And then the bridge renewal and structural improvement I talked about. And another thing too is that I know that everybody around the table is conscious of the fact that it's great to do everything this year, but will we have any money for next year? And what through our treasurer's foresight, we have added to the additional reserve levy. It's nearly an 80% increase over last year. But what it does is assure that capital projects can be, engaged in next year and the year after and the year after. So. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone. On the carry forward with money, I need to have, for at least myself, some fulsome understanding about the first item there, the harbor dredging. Now, last year, this council was very disappointed when nothing transpired in the dredging of that harbor. And the councillor that was sitting in this chair, when we started to understand about what did not happen, one comment that came forward was that when the tenders went out, there was more money required to do the job. That particular councillor back then said, well, if it's a matter of money, we'll waive the procedural bylaw, we'll come up with the money to dredge the harbor. So on the listing here for carry forward with money, and the request in this year is $500,000, what are we talking about? Are we talking about a brand new, fresh $500,000 for dredging? And if we had it before council and before staff to do the dredging last year, to my mind, I've got a gap on what happened and what did not happen, and it just didn't transpire. So I'm looking for some real information as to, I believe this council a year ago said, please dredge the harbor. And in that case, we must have set money aside. So thank you for an answer.
CAO Everett?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bell. Fantastic question. I would say a year ago, the process that it takes to actually do in-water works and dredging was not known in the organization. So you can't do dredging without going through the formal process, including the key piece, getting soil samples done. I've had quite a few years of experience of dredging of harbors. It takes some time and it takes more money than what was actually in the budget last year just to do the studies. I'm expecting that what we'll find in the soil samples is that'll be contaminated soil. Typically water or typically silt will be contaminated to some level. We need to have that clearly identified because that's going to identify where that material can actually be put, whether it can be put on farmers' fields or whether it has to go to a contaminated site or a site that can take that contamination. So at $500,000, that will do what I would suggest a portion of the harbor dredge. Because again, we are only talking about the river portion. We're not talking about the harbor basin. Harbor basin's actually got decent depth. I'm very, very concerned with what I suspect will be another 2 or 3 years of lowering of the water in Georgian Bay. Like we're probably 3 or 4 years into a cycle of water going down in Georgian Bay. Typically, it's on a 7 or 8 year cycle. The last time we missed a cycle, that's why the water was so high. But we're going to be in a situation where we're probably going to need to dredge more than what we would have needed when it should have been dredged probably 3 or 4 years ago. So staff is going through the correct process of getting soil samples done, which will inform a tender. I will also say that this will be done through a formal tender, a competitive procurement process. So we get the best value as opposed to dealing specifically with one bidder. So it is the priority of staff to have this process completed. And depending on the soil samples, that may have staff coming back. And you have my guarantee, council and the public will be well informed of where we are. And if we need more money because of the potential contamination of the soil, we'll be coming forward to council for that. If the soil is contaminated to a point where it has to go to a site that can receive contaminated soil, we could potentially be $200,000 in trucking. So I know dredging in the past has been a tough subject for Meaford. It doesn't have to be a tough process. It's a pretty clear process you have to follow. And that process will be followed in 2026. But without question, that ball was dropped in 2025.
And I could just jump in to say that, to use a nautical metaphor, we were rudderless for a while last year. We did not have a CAO in place, and we were staff was scrambling, trying to manage, and there were just too many things being juggled, and unfortunately, that was the fate of this project, and extremely disappointing. But you've heard the whole story. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you once again, and thank you for your comments. Everything that you said, I understand. I do. My question was, previous council put money to do this. That's why we were disappointed when it was not done. So my question remains, why is it not on carry forward with money that's there? What happened? Thank you.
Last year's budget, I think there was approximately $60,000 that we ended up putting away, and that money actually has been spent. I can't honestly, I think it was for part of the dredging, CAO.
Yeah, so a portion of that money was spent to be able to get access towards the fuel docks as well as the lift within the river basin for the business there. So there was issues with those waters being to the fuel dock. The fuel dock is the only fuel supply for the harbor. And to be honest with you, the belief that we had more permits in place had us make that move. And then it was determined that the additional permits were required.
Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sean, for the explanation. So, yeah, your crystal ball works. Obviously, if we don't know what the condition of the soil is and what the trucking cost might be, do we have any guess is a bad word, but it is, as to literally how much of, when you say we're doing the river portion, how much is 500,000 going to get us around, like, do we have any idea of a goal of where we want to get to? How far do we want to get to with dredging? Or as you said, is this definitely going to be a carryover thing that we're going to be doing it for 2 or 3 years?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Urick. So the goal is where we will dredge is essentially up to the bridge. That's what the goal is. So the slips that we have in the sailing school have full access and have good depth. The question that we will be having answered is to what depth do we need to go? That'll depend on, working with the stakeholders to figure out just exactly how much has to come out, and understanding that, in another potentially 3 or 4 years, we are going to see the water go back up. The other piece to this is just being able to clearly identify long-term what the maintenance schedule, like, we should be doing maintenance dredges. The municipality, and again, we'll talk about this on Friday and user fees, but there has to be a 20 or 25-year financial business plan for the harbor that clearly identifies us putting money in, not only from taxation, because the residents enjoy the benefit of the river. The harbor users benefit from the river. So this isn't just my position would be, this isn't just the harbor slip renters paying for this, but there should be potentially, because it's a river, like whether it's 5 or 6 years, a maintenance dredge. Rather than wait and wait and wait, and then we've got this large amount of soil. And then what we learn from this soil sample process is going to be able to better inform us for those maintenance dredges, because nothing really new is going to be coming into that. I'm hopeful that, what we see coming down the river and what's in that silt may be fine. I personally have never been involved in the dredge of a river. It's always been the dredge of a harbor basin, and typically a harbor basin has far more contamination than a river, just because boats are docked there, there are bilges in there. There's usually, and that water becomes, and that silt is completely encapsulated into that basin. So depending on what is upstream in the river, it's going to give us a better understanding of what actually is within that soil that we're going to have removed. So I do understand that at one point, somebody got creative and pumped soil or silt from the river to a local beach or something. I'm guessing MOE doesn't approve that anymore. But we'll look at all options. But typically that's not something that I've seen approved in the past. So
You had a supplementary,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because, so totally understand that aspect of it. Thank you. So when you look at page 280 of the actual budget, $500,000 for the current year. And we realize we've gotten to this point because we really haven't been proactive for a number of years. So it builds up if we don't kind of continue on. So year 2, 3, 4, and 5, there's zero allocation. Just wondering, is that prudent? Should we be looking at supplemental throughout their long-term, short work to prevent long-term problem?
through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Urick, we should be. However, I think we're a bit premature. Because when we look at the 2025 year business plan, we really have to do a business plan that is based on full replacement of slips, full replacement of like docks, the mains, hydro pedestals. Like docks have a lifespan, and our docks are made of wood. So, and they sit in the water all winter long. The flotation needs to be replaced, typically 30 to 35 year. So we're already into those replacements, but we have to have a business plan that then informs our seasonal mooring fees, because the seasonal mooring fees should be putting money into reserve for the harbor. So that way, when we do go to replace docks and mains and do dredges, we actually have the money and we don't end up looking at a $500,000 expenditure without having the reserves to back it up. But just to be clear, because I'm sure there's people who have boats in the harbor hearing me say, like, it will impact their user fees. I'm a big proponent that you really have to take a look at what is the public and community benefit of the harbor. So it's just not the boat owners that are paying for everything. It has to be well justified. And the other thing is, when we look at the private sector entities, will also have a play in this, as far as like part of that river is also providing access to a private sector operation. So we need to take a look at what does that look like at a cost sharing arrangement as well. So, but if you were to ask me today what that financial plan really looks like, including the dredge, I couldn't give you an estimate, but that's something that I'm looking forward to a number of these facilities having those detailed plans, because none of these capital projects, when it comes to harbor, Memorial Park, cemetery, nothing should be a surprise to council. This is something that should be a very clear 20-year plan to say, this is what we're putting our money towards. And even those years that we don't do anything in those areas, we should still be collecting money to put into the reserve so we can sort of flatline the expenses.
and
That has to be based on a good strategy.
this is one of the reasons why one of the few new positions that are being created this year is a manager of Memorial Park, the harbor, and the cemetery. 3 major assets that all have suffered from, I wouldn't say neglect, but I would say from the lack of somebody directly responsible for their welfare and for their progress. If I can move on, there's another thing that I think that it's very important to me that I explain, since this budget has my name under it. And that is that since 2014, Meaford has followed a dedicated capital investment model of increase, referred to commonly as the preservation model, 1% for roads, 1% for bridges, and 0.5% for facilities. Now, in 2026, we are stepping aside from this model on a temporary basis. We have increased the capital budget by 1.47% to include the harbor dredging and prioritizing carry forward and ongoing projects, and at the same time trying to minimize the levy increase. So I would just say, Council, you can go back to the preservation model in 2027 or any time you like, or you might want to build on the departure that I have built into this budget. But I think, for example, we've got 60 projects. We'll be lucky if we make a dent in that 60 projects. But I think that the way that we got to the levy increase we have is by abandoning that model this year, and and it's the only way that we were able to accommodate actually $500,000 for the harbor. So I just want you to be clear on that. And if you look at the slide, you'll see the breakdown on what we're spending on roads, bridges, facilities, and also revenue from Memorial Park and the harbor, and the overall capital levy are all in that chart there. Anybody has any questions? You know, I'm sure Valerie or Tori can answer these. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you've spoken about the 60 projects, and I just want to get a sense. I mean, we have talked yesterday about some increased staffing levels and looking at the 60, and I know this has been a struggle in prior years that we provide funding through the budget for a number of projects and then they don't get completed. So at this point in time, I just thought I would ask, and I know, again, nobody can make a promise, but is there a hope? Is there a sense at this point in time that we're likely going to be able to complete all 60 of these projects?
Tori?
Through your worship. While all of these projects don't directly fall under my department, my staff all touch on most of them, as the project managers do fall under infrastructure and public works. As you did note, we have identified 2 new roles in that department, as we do recognize that since we have had a project management group, the amount of work being done for capital projects has had a significant increase, as council has prioritized closing that deficit that we have identified over the years. And so having those additional roles is definitely important, so that we can have more priority on our capital projects and ensure completion. It's also important to note that there have been some gaps in the department over the past 18 months. My own role stayed vacant, unfortunately, and was a very important one, as my previous role as Director of Engineering was essentially not only the director, but also the manager of the department, as there wasn't a manager at the time, which we are recommending through this budget. And so having more ability to complete projects will definitely allow for these projects to complete. From our work plans, I see that we will have a positive outcome. And I think when you look at the projects that were not completed in previous years, not all, but a lot of them are smaller projects. And so they will still take time of staff, can be done in a quicker timeline. And so we will be prioritizing those first, but making sure that our other ongoing and new projects also are scheduled correctly so that we can see successful completion of them, or completion of the portion that is planned in 2026.
So I'm not a CA. I am not an accountant, and I have definitely learned a lot in this process. But I was in touch with our treasurer in the last 24 hours to just understand better how these percentages don't work out in the math that I learned many years ago. If you don't mind, Val, I'm going to ask you to just explain how this percentage increase or decrease on these capital projects, how it's arrived at. Thank you.
So the difference is just a dollar value, but the percentage increase is based on our 194,000, 1% tax increase. So $387,000 would be a 2% levy, and it goes down from there. So all we did through the discussions is to determine that we needed to reduce some of them so that we could increase the general levy enough to offset for the cost of the ditching or the dredging. And so for this year, we did remove a portion of the bridge 1% levy, and we removed a portion of the facility levy. This chart only shows our increase in tax levy. We are still using reserves, development charges, and other funding sources to complete the project base.
Thank you. Any questions, anyone? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Capital Budget Day. Council has given a direction to staff to apply 1% roads and so on and so on. What has just been mentioned is, Mr. Mayor, going through this, you're not doing a 1% as directed. My question then, from a position of when would council say it's okay, drop it by 0.5% and move forward? So what we're being presented with is not having our directive truly followed because of the constraints that we've just been told. So I'm looking for, when council gives a directive and then it gets modified for various reasons, we've given a directive and it's not being followed. That's with all due respect. That's what I'm saying.
And every year for the last 3 years, this council has had a very, very, not fractious debate, but a very, very serious debate. Are we going to stick with the preservation model this year? Because for the last 3 years, it has been very difficult to continue that route. I would say we have so much to owe to that. The original decision back in 2014, I think we've benefited so much. But in being charged with putting the budget together, I found it, and the $500,000 needed for the harbor dredging, it wasn't a very practical thing. So this is a compromise. And as I say, but I don't want to fluff over it. I want you to be aware that we made a decision that we will have to step aside from 1.5 this year. However, there's no reason why you couldn't go back to it in 2027. And there'll be a strong mayor here, whether it's me or somebody else, who will actually make that decision for you, I'm quite sure. Tori, go ahead.
Through your worship, and just to make it clear, as has been directed in the past, staff did provide, as the roads, bridges, and facilities all fall under my group. Me and my team did put together a 1.5% increased budget. And as the reviews occurred, this is with the mayor, this is where the budget has resulted from. And so the original iteration of the budget did have additional funding, but through the review process, this was the final complete budget.
Yeah, and so actually, we have increased the budget by 1.47%, the capital budget by 1.47%, so almost 1.5%. And if you look at what we're doing on roads, what we're doing on bridges, I don't think you'll see any major cutback. And we've got all the work we can handle in the coming year with, or the year we're in now, on both bridges and roads. Perhaps facilities manager here will probably see the most impact because his facilities budget has been reduced by a little more than 0.5%. Actually, it was closer to a full percent. But did you have a comment? No? Okay. If we can keep going, but I don't want to gallop past this. Here's a slide that I think that is important for you to see. This is a map of the capital projects for 2026. And what I've tried to do in putting this slide together is to give you an opportunity to compare what is happening in rural Meaford versus what is happening in urban Meaford. And I think that it's not connect the dots, it's just try and count the dots. I think, though, that you'll find there's a pretty even expenditure between what we are spending on roads and bridges in urban Meaford and in rural Meaford, and I just want people to see where these projects are located. It's a little hard to read the portion here which shows you how they're expensed. And even with my 2-power glasses, I'm having trouble reading that, so I can't read it on there. Anybody wish to speak to that, though? Speak up if anybody has some thoughts on exactly how these projects, road and bridge projects, are financed. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I just wanted to point out that this is available on our council portal for the public to view, and they're able to zoom in to see it with a bit more detail, as well as it will be available on the website following our budget deliberations, where we end up with the capital projects mapping.
Great, thank you very much. So carry forwards versus ongoing versus new. Can I maybe pass this to you, Tori, to just carry on, and thanks.
Absolutely. So to give a bit of an understanding of the difference between our carry forward, ongoing, and new projects, we are trying to be consistent with our terminology to make sure that people understand why different projects are falling under different buckets. And so going with carry forward capital projects first. These are projects that were approved in a past budget and have not been completed as planned for various reasons, but that they're still to be completed. And so they're being shown in this budget. However, typically they're fully financed from a previous year's budget. If there has been any need for increased financing of the project, it will be identified in the project as additional requirement, either from the tax base or any other funding sources. An ongoing capital project is just one of our capital projects that spans over many years. As we know, many of our projects don't take place in one calendar year. And so these are just projects that have been planned over multiple years and are already ongoing, and we are just continuing with, and typically have new funding needed for them. But sometimes there is a carryover of funds from previous years. And then our new capital projects are capital projects that council is seeing for the first time as a budget request. They may be included or typically included in a 5-year plan that would have been seen. But this is the first year that funding is being requested for these projects to be completed.
Thanks, Tori. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question, and I guess we'll call it an ongoing capital project. Bayshore Road. We know that there's still some completion work to happen there, and I didn't see any funds requested for additional work on Bayshore Road. So I just wanted to ask at this point, do we have sufficient funds then to finish that project, or is that something that may come back to us for a further request?
Through your worship, yes, there are some, there's still some work ongoing on that project. At this point, there is no knowledge of additional funds that will be required. We are working with the contractor to make sure that the project gets done as soon as possible. And they've actually been out on site over the winter to make sure that that project is wrapped up. There have been some design changes that have had to be made on the project, but the contingency that we had allocated for it as of right now is capable of dealing with those additional funds that have been required.
Okay, moving on. The carry forward capital project highlights. So these are all things that are have a bit of history, and we're trying to get them cleaned up. None of these impact the 2026 tax levy, but they include the municipal signage replacement in parks and facilities, the Lakeview Cemetery fountain refurbishment, something that both you and I are interested in moving along. And I just reiterate here that there are probably going to be some public contributions to the funding for this, but you know, that money has been around for a long time, and we have to remind people that they wanted to contribute. The wash and rewash valve replacement, that I assume is at the pardon? Yeah, the water plant. Now, are we talking filtration plant or yes, okay, thank you. The Woodford Hall ramps and stairs replacement, that's very important for accessibility, and it certainly needs to be caught up. I wanted to ask the camera upgrades and consolidation, does that cover any of the cameras that Councillor Uhrig was speaking to yesterday? Do we know that?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that does, because what had happened, there was a period of time where we had disabled the cameras completely. And then once that was finally put back online, we tried to publish with the webcam, you get a publishable link that's built inside the camera that in theory is supposed to be able to be mounted into your website and then be accessible from outside and act as a webcam. So turns out with the equipment that we currently have, that only exists in theory. It doesn't actually exist in the real world. So we had a minor or a lesser amount in last year's budget, but then when we combined the door entry system with the camera system into the one combined RFP, and we went, I guess, to a more extended edition of what we thought we were going to need for the cameras, because when we did the full assessment and we realized how old our current equipment was and the degree of things that needed to get replaced, and then to facilitate the webcam, we had underestimated drastically what was going to be needed in the budget, because we had approved 30 last year, but then we weren't able to enact that portion of the RFP. So we awarded a partial bid, and we only did the door entry system, and we deferred the cameras to get into this year's budget. And that's what that amount is, to represent a more practical expense based on what our expectations are moving forward and what our needs are.
Do you have any questions, Councillor Uhrig, or any comment? Or
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for asking that question on my behalf. Thanks, Mark. The $60,000, a fairly big number. Municipal security cameras, where are they existing now predominantly?
We have some in the library. We have a different system because the library was, sort of on a different funding track and everything else. So they have their own system. We have several of the lesser functioning type cameras that we have. We have some at the harbor. We put some up in an emergency scenario because we had an inventory of a few of these types of cameras prior to the notice to not put any more up. And then last year we had some issues where we were quickly putting some up. So we have a couple out at the Patrol A, Patrol B, at the harbor. McCarran Park, washrooms, harbor washrooms. And then we have a couple at 15 or at 21, and then on the outside of the library looking into that intersection.
Thank you. So just to be clear, so a lot of these are, yeah, they're basically security camera based. What I'm looking for is much more general purpose, kind of general informational. I'm just curious, are these DVR connected? Are they?
Yeah, they're cloud,
recording?
they're cloud connected and DVR. So we have the ability, it's a complete ecosystem that these cameras will function in. So while that specific request is fairly mundane, it is a function of a bigger portfolio of intelligent kind of system that's built in now. With it, it has the capability, not that it would be enabled or, you know, things wouldn't be discussed first, but it has the ability to recognize, for instance, if someone slipped and fell, that would create an alert, right? So there's a public safety issue there. It has facial recognition features. It has search features. It has crowd estimate number, you know what I mean? It can do crowd counting and different things like that. So yes, there is a number of different functionalities that are built in there, but one of them would be able to just grab the feed, the live feed, and then embed that into like an iframe or something on the website.
Right. The reason I ask is, again, the ones I'm looking for were probably not even, I wasn't even thinking, because they were mainly live stream. It's much more intended to be practically tourism based. But having said that, being the OPP board, I know that they rely heavily. They ask all the time when incidents do occur, they like to have that information. And I know we're walking a tightrope there of privacy versus availability of information. So I just don't know what the long-term plan is on that and what the recommendation would be, whether it goes forward more as what I'm asking for versus security being much more broad-based, tourism-based, which is more in the moment, versus having them also as a tool to have as a resource for law enforcement if necessary.
Yeah, and I don't believe those are two separate things. I mean, that's one's a functionality of a bigger system.
Right.
Definitely, but all of the other facets of those things can be well, we do have the policy in place, and we have access mechanisms, and we have chain of control and those sorts of things. So any of those concerns regarding privacy, regarding exports and things like that, we upload through a secure OPP portal. And in the instance where that may not be available, we have export to a flash drive. That flash drive has chain of custody. It has all NDA signatures. Every time the system is accessed, it's logged. So we're staying well within all of the protocols for the privacy commissioner and all of those mandates that are set forth to protect the privacy and to you know, to keep that data secure.
Great. Thanks, Mark.
Very well.
Just a couple of other things on this list here. The William Croft Athletic Field washroom renovation. I think I've been hearing about this for 6 years or more. It's a long time coming, so this is a very, very much needed project, and definitely needs to be prioritized. And the Harbor Pavilion retaining wall as well. That's an accessibility issue and also a safety issue. So I'm glad to see that, and that's why we put it on there. Sorry, question from Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Concerning the carry forward capital projects, there are, I can see 4 of them for these projects, the fountain, the work at the harbor, the ballpark washrooms, the ramp at Woodford Hall. A lot of construction there that I've had in the past some familiarity with, and I'm thinking back, some of these, a good number of these have been on our books for 2 years. I'm looking at the expense numbers, and those 4 I mentioned, I don't think are going to cover what work needs to be done. Thank goodness we've come to a time where tradespeople are being well compensated for their work. And I'm just worried that these numbers are not going to be adequate, and that may be problematic in the grand scheme of things. We may be looking at, $25,000-$30,000 extra, which is likely not that huge in the overall budget, but again, I'm afraid they're not only 2-year-old projects, but if they're 2-year-old numbers, I don't know if they're gonna be sufficient.
Tori is going to answer that. Go ahead.
Through your worship, I can speak to the Woodford Hall ramp and stairs replacement as this does fall under my team. As noted, it's a 2025 project. So it was from last year, but it is being completed by our internal trades person. And so that's why you do see maybe lower cost associated with it, because this is just to complete, just for the actual material to complete the work, but the work will be completed by our internal tradesmen and as part of our staff, which allows for some of our capital projects to be completed for a significantly more reasonable price.
Thank you for that, Victoria. Appreciate that information.
Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just quickly, I suspect, Tori, as well, that each of these project numbers contains some contingency factors so that there is a little bit of play if needed.
Through your worship, I can speak to my team and how we typically budget. So if there is an engineering process, that contingency is normally incorporated into that development. But for our own internal projects that we have been getting pricing on or developing pricing based on other areas, we typically include a 10% contingency. But again, depending on if there's some risks with the project, that might be a little bit higher. So yes, 10% is pretty typical for most of our projects.
Any other? Councillor Yuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so piggybacking on Councillor Greenfield, 3 of those, so the Lakeview Cemetery, the fountains, the Woodford Hall ramp, and the William Croft Athletic Field, all 3 of those pertain to amenities that comes late spring get into use. Particularly, we know that Woodford Hall is going to be doing this world premiere of the show coming up. William Croft Athletic Field, late spring, fall will be happening, and the fountains in the spring. So are these kind of scheduled to make sure that it's not to be disruptive for these kind of things? Is that kind of part of the planning process?
Through your worship, again, I can only speak to the Woodford Hall ramp, as that is the only one that falls in my team, but it is being prioritized early this year. We were hoping that the snow would hold off longer than it did so that we could complete it early in January. But once the snow is gone, we will be looking to prioritize our tradesperson's time there. And the great part about having our own internal forces is that we can be nimble about where that person is located. If there is a need for them to be in a specific spot at a specific time, we can plan that work when needed.
Sorry, CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor, just in regards to the fountain, I'm happy to say before the season ended last in 2025, we did have the main entrance fountain operational. So the second fountain does need some more thought into how that's going to get repaired. So that one I have no issues. The McCarroll Park, that one, from a timing perspective, we really have to consider, because the building's still being used. And I would say it would probably be in our best interest that we would probably lean more towards end of season to actually schedule the work. That way, we should get better pricing, and it gets completed in 2026 in the budget year. Because it is a facility that is used, and depending on the spring that we have, I would hate for us to incur more costs because of the weather. When at the end of the day, those are being used right now. Yes.
Were you including the splash pad at McCarroll Park in that?
Oh, sorry.
No,
I should have
because-
said William Croft. Yeah, I
Yes,
think that was
yes,
the one.
Because
yeah,
there's
right.
a grand opening in June, so, okay. Let's just bring up so these are the ongoing capital projects. And these are all expected to start construction this year. And they include the Trowbridge Street project, which is a major. The Memorial Park playground improvements, Harbor House exterior upgrades. And when we talk about upgrades, we're replacing things that are falling apart there. The splash pad replacement project. And then we've got Bridge 1. And Bridge 125, which is an interesting one. And the price tag for that is, I think, a bit of a question at this point in time. And there is actually a public information meeting coming up on that later this month. That particular bridge has it's a footbridge actually, but it has some provenance in that it has a big concrete component that was the purpose of which was to support the rail traffic that went over it. So there's some questions about how that is going to play out, whether it will cost that much or not. The Nelson Street parking lot construction, really enthused to see that on the agenda for this year. And then there's two bridge rehabilitations, Bridge 35 and Bridge 46. Any questions or comments on any of this? There's a slide here. Oh, beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. The Bridge 125, the former railroad bridge, will council get an opportunity after this public meeting to discuss what might be the best way to go forward with that project?
Tori will tell us what she knows.
Through your worship, that is not necessarily our typical process. What we will be receiving is public input. And we, as it is a Class EA, we will be going through an evaluation to determine the best option. That doesn't mean we can't come forward and present what that evaluation is and identify the preferred option to council. But typically that process very much relies on that evaluation and is not based on people's opinion or desires to do one thing or another. We really look at a wholesome approach to determine what would be best from socioeconomic perspective, like for our infrastructure, for the environment. And so there's a typical breakdown of what we evaluate. And that's how it comes to the conclusion. That's really the point of the class environmental assessment process. And that's what we'll be following. And so if council wishes to get an update before we move forward with tender, we can do that. But the timeline for this project is quite tight for construction to proceed this year. And so we will be moving forward on that schedule to make sure that we do have a successful outcome. If council wants to come to that public information session and see what those options are and maybe hear from what public input is being heard then, that's always great too, because I know typically see a lot of you out at those, but we will be really sticking to that class environmental assessment process and evaluation.
Okay, thank you for that. The other project is the Nelson Street parking lot, and through you, your worship, to Victoria. This is, of course, been ongoing forever. I'm really disappointed that Councillor Forder couldn't be here for today's session, because I remember him suggesting some type of greening type parking lot that could be put there. I, yeah, I'm really thinking we need this parking lot finished. And, whether it ends up with a big black patch with some yellow stripes on it and decent drainage, I just hope we can get it done. I don't, uh, I don't want it complicated. We have talked about the, possibility of putting EV chargers in there, and I think we're planning on doing some underground work that would facilitate them. But I really hope we can get this project done because there are a number of people in the downtown area who do require parking.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Tori.
Through your worship, I'm happy to speak to that. So the Nelson Street parking lot, as Councillor Greenfield identified, did come in front of council a couple of years ago with a couple of different options, including some low impact design options for the parking lot. And based on comments received, the final design includes a typical parking lot, but what we have done is it will look similar to the parking lot that we have on Trowbridge Street across from the library. But we have allowed for a fair amount of grass space around the parking lot so that that area can drain naturally. It was a combined approach based on some comments from Councillor Forder, then paving the whole property and putting some additional parking spaces, which would have created some tighter parking for larger vehicles. Instead, we have identified some green space in those areas so that there is some of that natural drainage. But the actual parking lot itself will be very typical, will be very similar to what we see across from the library with a row of parking on either side. And as mentioned, the project does include additional drainage of the property. As well, we will be putting conduit in for the potential of EV chargers. We were hoping to be successful in some grant funding so that we could combine the project together. And unfortunately, that postponed the project. And so we have decided to proceed with the project, the parking lot portion of the project. And we'll continue to look at opportunities for grant funding for EV chargers or partnerships to put in this location and doing that when the time is right.
Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the final piece in that, Tori, because I think a big part of this was hopefully based on getting finally EVs in Meaford. So the reality is, and again, maybe the mayor, deputy mayor can speak to kind of what's happening at the county level with that, because I think we're definitely getting assistance from them on that, or we're hoping to. But I do know that many other municipalities in Grey County have been getting EVs. And I was under the impression the main reason we weren't even in consideration was because we hadn't got to this point yet. Hopefully, once we've got this completed, we will hopefully be able to somehow fast track those EVs, because once again, Meaford is invisible to anybody that travels using EV mapping. So that's kind of important for us.
Tori.
Through your worship. I haven't been involved with the county process in recent years, but when I was the parking lot across from the library was where we were identifying those to be located. I'm not sure where that project sits currently, but if or when they do proceed, that is where those ones would be located. The actual construction of the parking lot, from my understanding, is that has not impacted grant funding. There potentially is other reasons why we were not selected. But again, we will continue to apply for grant funding as we see it appropriate for this, as we recognize that it's a priority.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask, if I may, about Bridge 35 on Lakeshore Road South. Total project cost of basically $885,000. And I'm just wondering if this is a prime location to be considered for an alternate type of bridge, such as we did out in Bogner with the twin bridges.
Through your worship, this is a rehabilitation project. We're not replacing the bridge. So we are just doing work to, as we typically do throughout the life of a bridge, to ensure that we get the full lifespan of it. Some of the costs associated with this project that increase the overall cost include things outside of the actual bridge rehabilitation project. So we are doing bank stabilization of the riverbank on Centerville as you round the bend. This has been a concern area for a number of years, and we as staff have looked at how to make improvements to this area. And with this project in this location, we found it was a really good opportunity to put these two projects together, as the contractor will already be out on site and dealing with the bridge structure. We're also looking at putting guide rail along that section of Centerville. And doing some road work up to the extent of the guide rail. So those have additional costs that impact the overall price of this project. As well, we will be putting a water main stub on the bridge, and so that will be funded through our user pay. So there's a couple of different components, and if you look at the actual budget page, you can see how some of them are split out differently, because some of them are coming from the bridge taxation, while others are coming from the road taxation, and some are coming from the water user fees. So there's different funding associated with this project.
Okay. So the Trowbridge Street reconstruction, there's the outline of the funding over 2 years and some details on the project. And you also have a map of the work there. So you can see that it is more than just Trowbridge Street. It's also Cook. Yes, I guess Deputy Mayor Keaveney has identified a conflict and has left the room in connection with this particular discussion. Troy, you might be able to explain about the two sidewalks. As I understand it, there is we have a new standard which declares just one sidewalk on a reconstruction like this, but we have the option of including it provisionally, and so I don't know when that debate happens, but anything you can enlighten us on would be gratefully received.
Yep, through your worship. So as we have brought this forward to council throughout the recent years, we have tried to make it clear that our engineering standards for many years have identified that we put sidewalk on the south and east side of our urban area, while some locations have sidewalk on both sides and some right now don't have any. We intend to follow our engineering standards as we reconstruct roadways. We do recognize that the block between Sykes Street and Cook Street is within a commercial area, and so we do intend on putting sidewalks on both sides of the street within that area. But moving west, this project currently has only identified sidewalk on the south side of the street as per our engineering standards. Right now in those areas, there is sidewalk on both the south and north side of the street. And so we intend to get rid of that north sidewalk, and it would just be grassed area. So it wouldn't, there would be no other change other than the sidewalk would then be grass. We, through direction of council, are getting our engineer to include provisional sidewalk on the north side of the street. And so when we go out to tender and that tender comes back to council for final approval, that will be an opportunity for council to decide whether or not they want to proceed with sidewalk on the north side as well as the south side, or if we'll proceed based on our engineering standards and just have that sidewalk on the south side. So as we proceed to that tender process and come to council, as we typically do for final approval, council will be given that ability to make the decision then.
Thank you. Sorry, you have a question, Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So on that process, stating the obvious, that the Trowbridge Street reconstruction is one of the major projects that we're undertaking. It's basically $10 million. And with what you've just said about sidewalks, it escapes me. Have we had a public meeting on this, or will that occur in the future? About sidewalks and my business being affected and all of the things that's going to transpire. Have we had a public meeting, or is that slated for the future?
Through your worship, I apologize because I do not have a direct response, as there is a potential a public meeting has happened while I was off, but I do not think so. Sometimes for these projects, we proceed without a public meeting, but for the size of this, we typically would. My understanding is that if we haven't, I will follow up with my staff. We would have one before we proceeded with tendering, but typically they're information sessions. So we're not asking necessarily for any input. We would be providing information to residents and just identifying what the plan is. We have tried with this project to be very clear every time it has come to council to identify that change with the sidewalk to make sure that residents are being provided the opportunity to find it out from at this point as well. And sorry, I just got an update to say that we did have a public meeting in 2024. So residents have been provided with information. We also will, as part of the actual construction process, have a fair amount of communication with the businesses, because we recognize that there's different impacts, obviously, to businesses than there are with residents. And so we'll continue that communication with those businesses as construction proceeds.
Thank you. The next project that we're looking at here is the splash pad replacement. Oh, sorry, yes. So this project is not only going to be done this year. It's going to result in an official opening, which I'm sure a real fun day in June when it opens. And there's actually at the moment a competition on, or is it over, in connection with the design of the actual splash pad. Holly, can you inform us how that has played out?
I can, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't going to steal your thunder. I have the results and I can give them to you at a break if you'd like, to be able to share, or I can speak to them now.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. You know the
I do
result?
have the results, so that closed yesterday at the end of the day, but I'm happy to communicate that to you during a break so that you're able to share that with the community,
Okay.
unless you'd like me to
Well,
share it
you know
now.
what? I mean, you've done the hard lifting here, so you can tell us.
Okay. So on the screen, you'll see the nature theme, and that is the successful theme that our community has selected. So we had almost 1,000 votes from our community, which is really outstanding and just shows the impact that this will have. So between the nature and the beach, the nature had almost 65% of the votes.
Excellent. And I mean, the beach is right across the street anyway, so. All right, well, thank you for that. Any questions on that? And that, I think, is, we can say with some degree of certainty this is happening for the simple reason that we've already got a plan for the grand official opening in June. So, okay, new capital projects. We've already talked about Nelson Street. That was actually part of the aerial. St. Vincent Street reconstruction. So on the everybody knows about the main break back in the summer, but if on the screen there you can actually see some of the damage that was underground. So the project is about literally replacing all of the infrastructure and rebuilding this. One question I have is that I think St. Vincent Street is a good street to continue. I mean, we already have one sidewalk only on the east side. I think it's also a project should there should only be parking on one side of the street too. I'm just going to throw that out there because every time I go down, I'm dodging oncoming traffic wherever there's a cars parked on both sides. So, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm not that I'm happy with what I'm seeing in terms of that pipe, but I think it's an important piece of information to share so that the public really understand the age of the infrastructure that we have below the ground and why, we need to complete these projects. But my question in relation to the St. Vincent Street reconstruction is, what relationship is there between that and the SkyDeck project? Are we upsizing pipes to accommodate the housing that will be built on the waterfront property?
Through your worship. For the SkyDev development, we have done both water and sewer modeling to identify what upgrades are required for that development. As of right now, the information we have is that the infrastructure along St. Vincent Street isn't impacted by the requirements of that development or other developments in the area that we are aware of. We will do some additional modeling or review during the onset of the project to ensure that we are reflecting the most recent information for that development and any other developments in the area to make sure that there aren't any increases to the sizes that we are intending to proceed with. But as of right now, there is no increases identified other than ones that we would do typically for our own infrastructure. And so if there are increases, essentially the developer is typically responsible for paying for that increase to the size. So the budget most likely wouldn't change from a tax perspective, but the percentage of increase that would be required for increased pipe size would be the requirement of the developer to fund those portions.
Other questions regarding St. Vincent Street? So this will be engineered in 26 and built in 27 and 28 is the plan?
Through your worship, I realize also you asked a couple of questions that I'm happy to kind of touch on as well with regards to the final outcome of what the roadway will look like. St. Vincent Street has been identified as a collector road in our municipality through our transportation master plan. And so because of that, there are different road cross sections that we typically would follow through with. And so we will be looking to see, based on what infrastructure is in the final design, what that final cross section will look like. But our standards do show that on those collector roads, having sidewalk on both sides is what has been identified. And so we'll look at if we are replacing the entire road width or not, but we'll bring that forward to council at points throughout the project as well to identify what that design will look like and what infrastructure is being replaced once a initial review is done through the design process.
Well, I'll tell you, if parking continues on both sides, it can hardly be called a collector road because people will be jammed waiting for traffic to work its way through parked cars on both sides. Anyway, thank you for that. Anything else on that one or? So this is a project that I'm glad to see coming forward. And we have had some discussion about the cost because I don't think there really is a firm plan. What we see here is what exists there at the entrance to the park in Bogner. But I'm hoping that we can significantly improve upon that and at the same time not necessarily spend $154,000 on an entrance to a park. That's my piece on that. Anyone have any, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm really happy to see this project as well. And I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity, not necessarily to have input from the residents, but just communication to the residents of Faulkner. It's such a small hamlet and, people love and really use this ballpark, and anybody who's been to their Canada Day knows that it's a fantastic event. And I just thought it would be quite prudent of us to at least have some communication to the residents that this project is going to happen, and just to kind of share with them what the upgrades will be.
Anyone able to speak to that, or I'll go ahead, Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with the deputy mayor. I'm really glad to see this, this going forward. There have been improvements on that, entranceway, the last couple of years, and it's a little more accessible, but, certainly as far as wheelchair accessibility, it's inadequate, and, it'd be great to be able to get a vehicle down in there for whatever reasons. If I may, your worship, through you to Victoria, I know there has been a light put at the entranceway now, which has been much appreciated. Is there any potential for some more lighting out on the grounds? And here again, I'm thinking about the Canada Day. I mean, you get 700-800 people, little people and older people, and it's after sitting looking up for a half an hour into bright lights and getting up into complete darkness, it's difficult. Are there any plans or any way to install a bit more illumination at this time?
CEO Everett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Greenfield. I think those are great points, and it sort of reinforces the need to work with the community. Because if we're looking at illumination, that's obviously something that we want to talk to the neighbors about, and whether or not we can be creative of assisting the residents of Bogner for those types of events. I would hate to put some illumination there that now the rest of those days of the year people are upset with the additional of light. The other piece to this, because I had lots of discussions in regards to the complexity of this project. One of the biggest concerns outside of the accessibility piece is the drainage. So there was a point this year where that entrance was in bad shape because of the drainage. So it's not just simply doing an entrance rehabilitation, it's actually how are we going to drain that area so after rains and significant weather events, that entrance remains in a passable state. So, but it's definitely something, the lighting is something that we can definitely have that discussion. And I would also say, it might be an opportunity for us to also have the discussion with the community, as well as the county, about making sure, is there any enhancements that we can actually do for a crossing there? So, because whether or not people are using the Bogner Hall as parking and then to access, the sight lines are pretty good, but at the end of the day, it might be an opportunity for us to expand that scope just to make sure that when we're doing this, curb cuts are there and everything is there, and whether or not we have to look at a mid-block crossing might be something that is also manageable. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Moving on then, we've already, I think, exhausted discussion on the harbor dredging, but I will say this, the drone shot here certainly provides a real impressive picture of the potential of the harbor and just how expansive it is, and also the potential for making the dealing with the downtown core and the harbor in one overall plan. Next is sorry, go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So on the harbor, when it said that it's DC charges, that's money we have, or are we going to be taking out a debenture on futures?
It's not DC charges, it's fully tax supported. It's the color is a little off there. But it is a tax, and that's how come we had to switch the funding sources to offset this.
Okay. Oops. The next is the Beautiful Joe Park pedestrian bridge. And we've touched on it, but this is apparently the thought to be the location. And it is at the, I guess about the midway point of Beautiful Joe Park, where the bridge would connect with Legion Park. So I think that there have the proponents of the project, the Beautiful Joe Society. They have definitely looked at bridges, but I think that we will be starting from square one, and I think the starting point is actually how to anchor a pedestrian bridge there. So that will be the work of year one, I would say, and hopefully in year 2 or 3 we will see the bridge. Go ahead, CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as a couple of points, so I've recently had a really good discussion with the CAO of Gray Sable Conservation Authority, just to take a look at, the permitting requirements that will be required for Legion Park, and have been really monitoring the way the river is responding to frazzle ice. And making sure that that's captured, because that'll be one of the areas that we want to make sure that any structure that gets put in place is free and clear of any ice damage. And this year is actually a really good year to be monitoring because of the conditions. And then lastly, one of the points that was raised by Gray Sable is obviously the height difference between Beautiful Joe and Legion Park will determine, getting those elevations clear will be able to determine just what the cut and fill requirements are for that bridge, which ultimately will tell us what is the actual span of the bridge. So I just want to be crystal clear, when people look at the width of that river, that's not going to be the width of the bridge. The bridge is going to have to go quite a ways inland to be able to be secured, and the idea is that will be a full span bridge with no abutments or anything like that. So there's good discussions have already taken place with Gray Sable, just to make sure they were brought on board early, and got a list of the concerns that they would be easily and readily available to provide. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Councilor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So presumably in that conversation, they were talking then about 100-year flooding scenarios, and did they view any potential problems there in historic levels?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Urick, the floodplain mapping is more concerning to Legion Park. Because actually where the bridge will be, it's somewhat at the highest point of Legion Park. So there are portions of the actual area that would be park or parking lot that is something that may be a concern and needs some engineering to be able to elevate that. And anytime that you elevate that, then you have to then look at where are we pushing that water in another area that could cause a flood or create flood mapping issues. So I would say the bridge itself, the most not concerning, but the one piece that we're really going to have to consider, there is an elevation difference on Beautiful Joe. And depending on how much of a cut and fill would have to take place to get those within acceptable levels, for the bridge is probably the biggest hill that we're going to have to get over first.
Okay, moving on, we're going to look at the roads program, and I'm going to turn it over to Tori to, this is quite a detailed analysis, and what I think I'm going to do is go ahead to the actual map here. So you can go ahead here, Tori, but I think that the map will maybe be the most useful to them.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. So our work for our roads this year is following the 5-year plan that was brought forward to council in 2023. And we have continued to utilize that mentality going forward to ensure that we're both focused on making sure that we are keeping our roads that in good condition by doing resurfacing while having years that we also focus on reconstruction or rehabilitation of roads. And so 2026 is a resurfacing year where we will be doing LCB resurfacing, so resurfacing of our surface treated roads, micro resurfacing, which is surface treatment on our asphalt roads, as well as asphalt resurfacing. The difference between micro resurfacing and the HCB or asphalt resurfacing. So the micro resurfacing just puts a layer of asphalt on top of what is existing on the roadway and is typically done on roads that are in good condition to keep them in good condition and is similar to the LCB resurfacing. But the HCB resurfacing includes us removing the top layer of asphalt of our roads and repaving it. So keeping the base layer of asphalt and improving the surface, and it's done on roads that are typically in fair condition. We also, along with that project, have 2 other projects. The Sykes Street resurfacing is similar work, but as has been identified to council, we have applied for grant funding through the Connecting Link grant fund for that project. It will be lumped in with the larger resurfacing project from a construction standpoint, but the work is separated out in our budget. And to note, there is some intersection work as well identified with this project to improve some areas that are currently of higher concern, where either existing maintenance holes need work done on them, or there has been settlement in certain locations. And so that will be included as part of the project. And lastly, we will be doing work on the 7th line to repair an area that we have done some operational repairs on, but are still seeing base failure of the road. And so we will be doing more significant reconstruction of the base so that we don't see that failure continue and to ensure that the road can drain properly, because what we are seeing is that the road is currently holding water and that drainage isn't happening to the amount that it needs to, so that the road can exist on top of it. So we will be doing a separate project in that location.
Any questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question in relation to the 7th line repair, and I'm really glad to see that on this list. Do we think the road will have to be closed, or will we be able to keep one lane of traffic moving?
From my understanding, based on the design work that we have had done in this, there is work that needs to be done across the road. We will work with the contractor to understand if their construction methods allow for one lane to remain open or not. But there is a potential that for a short period of time, we would potentially see a full closure that will be communicated out to the public if required. But again, it's not a significant area, so it wouldn't be for an extended period of time. If anything, we would probably see impacts for a couple of days up to a week, but we will make sure that information, if necessary, is brought forward if we do have to proceed in that manner.
Councillor Yurg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tori. Just a quick question on, and I know I brought up yesterday about the 7185 kind of level, what it calls for. The only question I have is, so the Ontario Provincial Standards, the OPS, and it's OREG 239/02. I don't know how often we kind of as a municipality or other municipalities kind of do a review to see that we're within the same kind of statutory requirements. When was the last time we kind of reviewed ours versus that standard? And I can appreciate that our roads are gonna be different than Toronto, but I mean, the Ontario provincial standards are designed for all roads. So I'm just curious, when we do that, look, how often we review any potential differences?
Through your worship, can you mention the OREG number again?
239/02.
Through your worship, sorry, it's our minimum maintenance standards. So, we utilize the minimum maintenance standards, daily within the municipality, and the intention of these is to identify, the minimum level of maintenance that we are required to do on our roads. And so we complete daily inspections of our roadways and reviews, and then have work specifically identified based on those inspections. With regards to these capital projects, some of that information from the daily inspections definitely goes into whether or not we are proceeding there. They fall into the need for capital work. And we also utilize the pavement condition index information that we obtain on a 3-year basis. But this standard is definitely one we utilize often. Is there something specific that you had a question about in it?
Well, just specifically, just because interestingly, the OPS standard provincially talks about 71 to 85 being satisfactory, and they kind of, their recommendation is more patching as opposed to resurfacing. So I'm just curious, and again, yeah, our roads could be at 71 versus 8 or 72 versus 84. But I just found that some of their standards were sometimes a little bit different than ours.
So micro resurfacing, just to give an example, is a product that you typically want to utilize on a road surface that doesn't have a lot of patching. So what it does is it creates a almost waterproof top to your asphalt surface. And so if a road is getting to a point where you're seeing significant potholes, you're then getting water infiltrating not only through the top, but also through the base. And that's kind of where those potholes typically get created. What the intention of the minimum maintenance standards, OREG 239, is very much a maintenance, highlighting what is needed from a maintenance perspective. So day-to-day operations to make sure that roads are staying in an acceptable condition for users. And so they highlight when potholes need to be filled or other items, maintenance items, the amount of time that they need to be completed within, depending on the type of road. Whereas the capital projects and what we're looking at, it takes this information into consideration, but we are looking at longevity of our roadways. And so the different types of work are being done at key points. We have received input from external consultants as to when those should fall in. As we have been going through the asset management process as well, we have been talking to our asset management consultant and understanding they aren't experts in when to do things, but to understand what they're seeing as typical in other municipalities, and we don't seem to be far off of that. We also do chat with our neighbors to see when they're doing work, and especially getting advice from the county as they do see more significant projects in a given year. And so I'm happy to provide more information. I think it would just be helpful to understand maybe where you're seeing the information that you're getting, so that we can kind of come to better understanding, I guess,
Sure.
together.
No, I appreciate it. This isn't kind of to be accusatory. It's more because they just talked about their preventative maintenance, and when you talk about potholes, it was more about crack sealing and seal coating and that kind of thing in that range. So you're right. If you have consultants that are looking at it, I'm not doubting that. I was just curious about the consistency between our definitions and the provinces. That's kind of what I was talking about. Because there just seemed to be what their recommendations were, but by the same token, that's broad-based as opposed to looking at the actual road and determining on practical experience.
Okay, I'm going to move on to equipment. And we had a presentation this morning from a ratepayer. So hopefully we will get some discussion on these equipment requests. And do we have our roads person available to us? And maybe you're going to deal with this, but okay. You had a question, Councillor Bell? Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So on the capital that's we're going to be looking at here with the request for 2 tractors and for a couple of other trucks. The guest speaker this morning was right. It's over $1 million too for this new equipment. And from the department's activity, there's no question in my mind that more equipment is required. A year ago in budget, requests were made, and the point was told council then that with all the new development and all the different places where homes are going up, there's a need then for more equipment, and ultimately there'll be a request for more personnel in order to get around. But what I'd like to have a conversation on is our guest speaker talked about alternative equipment, and there seemed to be some rationale in the thinking of those comments. And my question is about the actual tractor that we currently have. I had a conversation with Mr. Freeze about that, and it's a 200 and he can correct me if he gets the opportunity, somewhere well over 260 horsepower type of thing. So between a tractor and between trucks, like where are we going when it says here we're going to replace the same? There's no comment in there about it might be exactly the same or slightly less than. I just need some further conversation on the tractor, the rationale, and why that is being promoted when our guest speaker this morning did have some alternate thinking on it. And anyway, that's what I would like to hear, because I know that the department is sensitive to the taxpayer. I know that. And it's a big dollar figure which is being presented probably from your department right now. Over the last few years, this is one of the bigger ticket days. So thanks for your forthcoming comments.
For sure, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So just so I'm clear, Tony, you're asking for the rationale before the enhancement, So I can speak to that first. The reason that we've brought the tractor as an enhancement for this year's budget is through our growth in the community with all of our little subdivisions. So the Loon Call, Meaford Haven, Gordon Crescent, Ironwood, and some of the external Queens Bush that were in the rural area. So that has just added, or those are the areas that we haven't increased our fleet to match the growth within the community. The reason why that we've kind of stuck with the tractor operations is we've taken a proactive search into our services and what we can provide. We always look to see how our industry has grown and it adapted to the changing environments. One of the things that we used to have are the single axle plow trucks, which were great back in the day because they gave us the nimble mobility that we didn't have in our tandem trucks. And then our industry hadn't grown to what we see it today. There wasn't the progress in industry. So the agricultural side didn't have necessarily the attachments like you see on the screen today. When in 2014, when these options came available, we definitely looked at them because some of the shortfalls that we were seeing in the single axle trucks they weren't efficient in the summertime. So they didn't serve a purpose. They sat around in the shop. So we looked at areas where we could make multi-purpose units that could be used 12 months of the year, essentially. Some of the other cons with the single axle trucks were back then, the cabs were site visibility was poor. So, you know, and everybody can remember back at that time where we used to have wingmans because the visibility was poor. So we've made changes to our industry to make it better for visibility, staff comfort, and so on, where the tractor, gives you 90% more visibility. It provides four-wheel drive. So the single axle, when the diminishing load happens, you start losing traction because the truck becomes lighter. Because of those reasons, we were able to, in 2014, purchase the tractor and buying additional equipment so that it would do roadside mowing, brushing, and kind of fit the bill to encompass a 12-month look at a piece of equipment for use. And that's basically why we're presenting to replace the existing tractor, not like for like, but tractor unit, snowplow, sander, and then with the enhancement of the same unit so that we can better do our job in the urban areas.
Thank you, Jeff. Councillor Ehrig?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the snowplows, I see 100 on page 291, $150,000 this year, 150,000 next. Going back to our speaker's kind of point, I just wanted to ask, I guess the one thing that probably would have been helpful to see is it says has surpassed its service life, requires frequent repairs. Do we have any idea of exactly how much we are spending on those in maintenance in a year and how much this time is lost on that? The only reason I'm asking that is, again, I'm not denying the age and possible replacement necessity. I'm just thinking about both kind of doing these all within a 1-2 year period and not staggering them to lessen the impact. Or are we seeing, like, I'm not even sure the size of the fleet, to be honest, gonna plead ignorance on that, how many we're gonna be doing this on a rolling basis, but just, it is a big hit for 1 year to do all this at 1.2. So is the offset of the amount of maintenance and time lost manageable to bleed out a year or two?
And I think through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head at the moment. But I think the one thing that we do need to realize or reflect on is we've built a pretty decent life cycle switch out for our equipment. And when we stop following this process, we do the domino effect. So last year, these are two sister trucks, and I did try to split them up last year, and that's why the truck was in last year and it got deferred this year. So every time we defer something and not stick to the plan, we're gonna have these substantial years. And then by saying that, this next term, we also have two other sister trucks. So I was trying to split everything up so that we didn't have these hits. Now, we're still not, by doing this, we're putting half the money for a truck away. We're not going to purchase anything. So we've already deferred these trucks or the potential of deferring these trucks another 2 years, essentially. So we're just going to see the same ripple effect coming forward. Also, as Tori mentioned there yesterday, that we want to bring in an extensive report on life cycle for these units, because what we're seeing is machinery is not built like it was back in the day. It doesn't last. So the 15 or extended a beyond 15 life cycle just isn't working out anymore. It's costing too much on the electrical side, the emissions side. And those are very expensive components, whereas before they were mechanical engines. They were easy to fix. Parts, I didn't have to spend $3,000 to $4,000 to $6,000 on modules everywhere to keep units running. Now I do. So the money that we're actually spending on these new units are costing much more than it's worth keeping. And then we're not building equity into the equipment ourselves, into our plan. So like Tori said, we'll bring in an in-depth report in the new coming months that kind of reflects on what I'm talking about today and the understanding that potentially a lesser life cycle might be better.
I'm gonna go to Deputy Mayor. She was, well, I follow.
The
Okay.
only follow-up was, I agree 100%. They don't build them like they used to, is not just in trucks, it's everything. So I agree 100%. The only question I would have is just whether or not in the future, I think it would be handy for us to be able to see just kind of not just replacement, but what are we spending on maintenance costs and time lost. I think those would be two, because we're the ones that end up, the public asking us, why are we doing this? Validations, it's much easier to do when you know exactly what you're spending and the time lost and that kind of thing. So I think that would be valuable information for us to have in future.
Now, Tori, did you still have some areas your point been covered?
I just wanted to highlight through your worship that the funding for these items. So the 1.2 million is not coming directly from taxation. We are funding $300,000 from taxation, so 150 for each of the plow replacements. 450,000 for the tractor replacement is coming from our fleet reserve. So we recognize that over time we have built up that reserve, and so we'll be utilizing that. And then the additional tractor is coming from our DCs. So that is as a result of increased development. We recognize that our current plans for routes now exceeds the amount of kilometers that we can complete with the equipment we have. And so that is built into our DCs. It has been for a number of years. And so that purchase is fully funded through development charges.
Thank you. And you wanted to speak, and then I'm going to come back to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple points. Because when I came to Meaford, I was intrigued at the inventory and how in particular the snow removal aspect was done. I was sort of envious of it just because of my experience in TBM, because I do know that the goal in TBM, the Blue Mountains, was actually not to purchase any more single axle trucks for a number of reasons. One of the big ones, the single axle in the urban area after a weather event, it just doesn't have the weight. Where the tractors are actually quite more nimble to be able to maneuver. The other thing I want council and the public just to be aware of, when we're talking about the purchasing of trucks, it's not something we're going to a dealership and picking up off the lot. We're probably at least 16 to 20 months out to be able to get that. And the one key thing that I hear through all municipalities, as well as had good discussions at the County of Grey about this, it's the electrical components. You know, we're talking about vehicles that are salting and sanding, and those electrical components are sort of right in the mix of all that. So the single axle as well, there is a limited amount of capacity. So even in the summer, if you're doing any work and you're hauling, there is a limited capacity to single axle. So again, another reason why I know the Blue Mountains was phasing out the single axles. And then probably the last part I just want to mention is we're in an age where to be able to recruit snowplow operators is becoming increasingly difficult. I'm sure the speaker and those who drive truck, you can have a DZ license all day long. Doesn't mean you're a snowplow operator. Completely different world. I actually like the idea that the tractors allow operators to get used to snow plowing and snow removal in a tractor, as opposed to just trying to jump into a dump truck and think that you're a plow operator. So there's a number of things that go into these decisions. And yes, at the 30,000 foot level, you can debate equipment all day long. But quite frankly, with the developments that we are having coming into Meaford with, you know, smaller roads, tighter turns, to do that in a single axle is a challenge unless you're going to pay the extra amount and get the bi-directional plows. Because if you start looking at cul-de-sacs, you're always going to have the neighbors saying, well, why is the snow always at the end of my cul-de-sac? Tractors have the ability to put snow around so you don't run into that problem. So completely respect the comments that were heard earlier today and understand that, you know, snowplow operators, depending on where you're plowing, certain equipment works well. But in the urban area, I would say Mr. Freeze's direction to go in this, and especially with the 12 months of the year, because I do know with the single axle, you're not long getting overweight on those single axles. So just some food for thought, and just with some experience from other municipalities, I just thought I would add that. Thank you.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Keaveney and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and one of my questions has been answered, but I'll just ask two things if I may. Do you have any sense off the top of your head, Jeff, of the value of these snowplows when it is time, when the new ones come and you're ready to replace? Just a rough idea. And I'll just give you my second question as well. One of the most interesting experiences I have had as an elected official is having the opportunity to do a ride along in a snowplow. And I'm wondering if that, you know, is still available to members of council to get that call at 3 o'clock in the morning and have 15 minutes to get here to do that ride with a snowplow operator, because you really then get an education on what goes on inside those trucks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. The invitation is always out there. You just have to let us know, and we'll try to accommodate the best we can. For the values of the sold units, we've been doing well in the past, going through the the bidding process through Gov Deals. Our typical tandems have been ranging anywhere from 10 to high 20s. At the 15-year life expectancy. And that was one of the other reasons why we want to bring a report forward to look at maybe switching out these units earlier to help with that cost recovery and to build equity into our fleet. The tractor will be substantially higher than that. The ag side of things seem to hold on their values, so we're probably looking at the high 40s for that unit. Maybe even possibly higher than that.
Okay, I'll let you, Tori, if it pertains to this, and then we'll come back to council.
Through your worship, and just to give an understanding of where that money goes once we receive it. So we do right now, but put that into our reserves. That reserve is utilized to help with emergency funding if required, for our heavy duty fleet. If we do experience an unexpected failure in any of those units. But as well, it helps with years where a more significant replacement is required, like in 2026, where we can then utilize the funding that's in that reserve to pay for a full unit. And so it helps with keeping a more stable tax rate, and not seeing as significant ups and downs year over year, because some years there are more significant requirements with fleet replacement. We do try, and Jeff has done a really good job of creating a schedule that also tries to level out that replacement. But there are reasons why some years are higher, or some pieces of equipment are just quite expensive. And so having that reserve, that is how we're currently utilizing it.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, your worship. Through you to Jeff. Okay, go through the list. It's only 4. The 2 trucks, I fully understand that, Jeff. Seems to me last year you asked for a truck and we put it on hold. So I can understand why you want 2 this year. Now, pertaining to the trucks, is that truck, blade, and wing, or just truck?
Yeah, through your, Mr. Mayor, the 150 is just half the budgeted items, and we would be a full unit, so it'd be a complete combo, plow, sander box, the whole kit and caboodle.
Okay, thanks for that. The one tractor, the current one, the big blue, with farm tractors, I was always told between 5,000 and 5,500 hours, you're gonna be looking at either motor, hydraulic, transmission, or maybe all 3 for repairs, so I can see the replacement of it. The second tractor, the new tractor, could it be, instead of 250 horsepower, could it be 175? Could it be $100,000 less and still do an adequate job? So that's my question. Part of the answer to that is if both tractors were the same size, then as far as attachments, they could be interchangeable. So going with a smaller tractor is that any solution and saving some money? And I realize we have some pretty decent sources of financing, but then on the other hand, we've got a lot of places other places we could use that for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, Councillor Greenfield. What we're looking at is not going with the same horsepower rating and class as the New Holland. We are going to look at like a 200 horse platform tractor. And as all the attachments will be 3-point hitch, essentially, they'll be interchangeable. And we'll look at the stuff that we have now is all 3-point hitch. We would have the boom flail mower will have to potentially buy some axle brackets because it is a quick attach setup for the New Holland. So potentially, depending on what breed of tractor we go with or get, we may have to look at some of that for altering some of the existing equipment.
Go ahead,
Just
Councillor.
one more, your worship. When you go to tender, if indeed these 2 tractors are approved, you'll be going to tender for both, like from one dealer, I would assume, a package deal for the 2. Okay.
So go ahead, Councillor Ennis.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. So what I'm hearing is that evidently the reserves were built up for this reason, that we would know that there would be replacement. And so given that you said 2014, we've got about 12 years out of the tractor that we have. And you said that we would assume that the next one would be 8 years, right? Did I understand that? So about there. So does it seem likely then, or would it be a good idea to assume that we should be budgeting slightly more aggressively to build that reserve now and into the future, knowing that we'll get a little bit less time out?
Through your worship, when we bring a report to council this year, our goal is to identify more of an asset management approach to how we're funding our fleet. To exactly that point, understanding that we recognize how we're cycling vehicles, the costing associated with them, and making sure, similar to how we have our roads budget and our bridges budget and our fleet budget, identifying what that requirement looks like for fleet instead of every year bringing things forward on a one-off basis, recognizing we understand that these fleet replacements need to happen. With that, we do recognize that doesn't mean that fleet can't last longer than a recommended replacement cycle. And so we will be doing those reviews as we currently do to identify which vehicles need replacement at which time, utilizing that replacement structure as a guiding base, but recognizing we work with these vehicles every day. And so recognizing when things should actually be brought forward, but by having a consistent budget, we can be putting money away in certain years so that we are prepared to then to offset higher years, and those budgets can constantly be reviewed to determine if the right funding is there. As we finalize the 2026 asset management plan, it does provide some guidance in what that funding will look like. And if we change the structure of replacement, we can actually remodel it and come up with a different funding structure so we can work with our asset management plan and bring that forward through the report.
Thank you. And just one more thought through you, Mr. Mayor, to I guess Holly. I've just got this idea when talking about the splash pad contest. Does it say, I've seen articles about other communities having naming sponsorship contests for some of their large equipment. Does that seem like something we would be able to implement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ennis, I don't want to speak about sponsorship because I don't know that we have a policy, but just in terms of the wider community engagement and naming, we're happy to facilitate that through communications. It's a great way to get the community involved, and especially at all different ages into the local government.
I've heard of those programs being used in a way like to enter a suggestion, like a donation essentially is made. So I don't know what would be required there, but that could be a good way to get a little bit of cost recovery.
Tori?
Through your worship, actually driving here today, I saw a snowplow in a different municipality, and it was Darth Blader. So like there are opportunities that other municipalities have taken, and so we can also work to see how they have done it and see if it at all meets the needs of what we would do, or if there is something different that would make sense in Meaford, if it makes sense.
We have decals on the Zamboni and we could decal our plows. You wanted to make a point, and then I'm going to Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one point to Councillor Ennis's comment about, the way they were doing budgeting. So in review of our 2024 development charge background study, we also identify in the next couple of years that we are going to update that development charge review background study. So that gives us an opportunity to recalibrate maybe the way that we budget it in the DC study, because for instance, like when we're talking about the snowplow with the DCs, it can only be growth related and it can only be additional. So this is our opportunity, and Councillor Greenfield mentioned about the additional tractor. Because it's additional, it's directly DCs. In 2025, there was money actually identified in the DC study. So if you take a look at the DC study and refresh your memory in regards to what council approved in 2024 for the DCs, none of this will be a surprise. especially on the DC side. So we collect development charges for every new home. And that calculation is based on the projects that council approved in 2024. So I will say, I believe it's in 2027, the DC study says that we will update that again. It gives us an opportunity to fine tune what are the specific projects, update the numbers, and then that will be the recalculation of the DCs. So looking forward to that process.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things with my fellow councillor Ennis when we talked about putting money in reserves. And please correct me, those of you with the municipal act background. Council cannot ask a tax levy to simply say to the ratepayer, we need you to pay the extra taxes because we want to build up a reserve. With what's being promoted today is standard procedure, a budget amount of 450,000. And if the group goes out and finds a tractor for 400,000, the extra 50 goes into reserves. But the purpose of the request for taxation was 450, with best guess not to come short. So he has to come back and say the tractor is $460,000. So there's a difference on that. So am I absolutely correct in saying a council cannot ask ratepayers to pay a tax just to put money in an unknown spot? Can we do that? I do not believe that we can.
I believe we could, but I don't think we do. Normally when we set up for reserves,
Yeah.
we've projected what we need to spend money on, and we have an assigned thing that we want to purchase.
Okay.
If that comes in lower, then the money stays in the reserve for something in the future.
Just to follow up, Mr. Mayor, on what Councillor Greenfield just started with. So there will be a list of requirements of what you're looking for on your capabilities of any piece of equipment that you ask for. You'll have who can qualify to bid on this, because John Deere put some pretty big iron out there. Even Kubota is getting some pretty nice stuff. And so this one happens to be a Ford. My point is, you're not just simply looking at Ford. This will go out to whatever will qualify for your scope of what you're looking to fulfill. Okay.
Councillor Yard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Eric, because yeah, having been at Roma, and I'm planning on Monday, because I think in beyond just this conversation about that sponsorship of that, which I think is a great idea, but just we're kind of missing out, and that relates to so many items on the budget and sponsorship. So I was planning to bring a notice of motion on Monday regarding making sure we have a sponsorship policy in place, because that was a high recommendation from the conference that said municipalities should definitely be doing that, and we're looking at that as a separate revenue stream that I'm not sure we really do. So thank you for that.
CAO Everett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to go back to Councillor Bell's point. So, you know, and Val will be able to pull me out of this if I'm wrong. So the municipality has two types of reserves. We have the discretionary reserve, and I believe the second one is the obligatory reserves. So the discretionary is exactly that. You know, council has the ability to use those reserves for whatever. The obligatory is where council by resolution has said that this is what these dollars are for. So to your point, we could be building the discretionary reserves that are basically, you know, the what if reserve. So I think from a municipality perspective, you can have that discretionary without it being specifically for a specific item. But it's very, very clear that the requirements are obligatory and discretionary.
Go ahead, Tori.
Through your worship, and just to provide maybe an asset management look on your question, utilizing reserves as a place to keep money for future known replacements is a very good form of asset management. And as you see this year's asset management come forward to council, you'll see how they're recommending that reserves are very much an important part of how we're funding things. And so when we speak with the consultant, they really identify that we need to identify, or many councils and municipalities proceed with identifying consistent funding over many years, but some years that money gets put in reserves. Typically, it's recognized that it might be for a specific thing. It could be for water main replacement, or it could be for equipment replacement, but we haven't said it's for, plow 576. It's not identified to a specific asset. It's just generally identified for our asset group. And this allows for an evening out of the impact to taxpayers. So they're not seeing significant increases one year and potentially evening out another year. And this is typically what's recommended through asset management planning, and though utilizing those reserve funds to allow for that stabilization is something that we're going to continue to really focus on as we go forward, so that our tax base is making sure that long-term planning is being incorporated, but we're not seeing year-over-year significant impacts to the tax base. And so it from an asset management point of view, utilizing those reserves, it can be very important and impactful.
So my question, Jeff, is you plan to acquire 2 tractors, but one will be less robust than the other?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, they'll be identical machines.
Okay, because they're identical prices, and I wanted to be sure that, so there's no wiggle room for anything to be saved in this fulfilling your shopping list here.
Well, hopefully we can find savings when we actually go out to tender for sure. This was just a high level price that was put forth. We'll definitely do our homework and look for the equipment and put a pretty strategic tender out. We're not going to buy duplicate of everything, because we do have equipment here too that we can utilize. So we won't be getting rid of the boom flail mower, for instance. We'll be able to, make that fit on one of the other tractors, and then potentially get or within that budget, the sanded units and mowing equipment.
So go ahead, Tori.
Through your worship, just in addition to what Jeff has identified, so when we develop these budgets, we do look at what we have spent on these pieces of equipment in recent years, as well as we look out into the market. But obviously market changes, especially for vehicles, year over year. And so we do put some type of contingency into this, recognizing that typically, equipment has seen some significant increases in the past couple of years. As we always do, we do our best to try to get the best pricing through our procurement policy. There are a couple of different locations we can probably look for these. One being we can do a typical tender. We can look at the canoe program through LAS and see what is available through their procurement process. So we do have a number of different alternative options available to us, and we'll make sure that we select the right one, recognizing that these costs directly impact the tax base. If there's a significant difference in the costing that we actually require for these, we can discuss with council as we approve those tenders what we want to do with that additional funding. It could potentially help fund one of those plows for next year. It could do a number of different, it could go into reserves.
But if we could have it this year, we could lower our tax rate.
But it could impact next year, right? So we can look at ways that like all of it matters. And so we could look at ways, but as of right now, with the information, the best information we have, this is what we expect. We bring forward our best knowledge. And again, if things are different, sometimes we might be coming forward looking for more money. But we do have a pretty good track record of being fairly close with most of our estimates. And so we have utilized the same approach here.
Go ahead, CAO Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm happy to say, these pieces of equipment, were brought forward, back in June and July, that when we started this process, and Jeff has remained steadfast, because this is a relatively easy one to price out. Because you can look at the market and say, this is what it costs. And I know council understands this, but I think it's worthwhile for the public to also understand. From the private sector, we're a lot different. So we are doing our budget in an open session, with great discussion, talking about specific costings. So we have the disadvantage of people who are going to be bidding on our work, knowing what our budget is. So the private sector, they can have their budgets and nobody knows what budget. But anybody, and I've seen it quite often when we're doing capital projects and been doing these for 32 years, we do have that downfall that when somebody wants to know what we're estimating, it is a competitive bidding process. However, our books are open. So I know when Jeff brought these numbers together, he has stayed steadfast, because we also know these are the ones that we have to be rock solid on. Because if we said 500,000, but it was actually 450, guess what? We're going to get bids at 500, because they're going to look at our book and say, well, that's what they have to spend. So
You're
it's,
encouraging me.
well, I'm encouraging you from the standpoint, Jeff and all staff have done their homework, because we all have that mindset. The budget is an open document, and when people are bidding, they know what our budget is. So hopefully that's helpful.
So, just so we're on the same page, and I'm not sure we are, if we gave Jeff 1,100,000, that would be out there, and maybe somebody would meet that. I mean, I'm just saying.
And I'll just be the devil's advocate on that. Most likely, we're going to be back to council asking for more money because we didn't bid correctly. Or you'll get a substandard piece of equipment that could actually meet that price. And if they've met the budget and they're compliant, you're stuck with it, right? So it's all I'm asking, and I know council will totally agree with this. Staff has done their homework of understanding what it is that they need to be able to provide the services that are approved by council. And we are giving you the best informed information as to what the cost of that is.
Tori?
Through your worship, I also just want to remind you that both of the tractors aren't impacting the tax base. So the one is coming from reserves. And so if it costs more or less, typically we would then say it is to come from the winter control reserve. Sorry, I incorrectly mentioned it earlier. So the winter control reserve. And the other one is coming from DCs, which has already been identified at this cost, again, based on the review that was done in recent years, because these were just reviewed. And so if these come higher or lower, we would be looking to draw from those anyways, not impacting the tax base. Whereas if we underfund the 2 snow plows this year, then next year, it's just going to be a higher percentage hit on the tax base because it is really that 300,000 that this year is impacting, is being impacted by taxes.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only if we're finished talking about equipment, I do have an enhancement to bring forward. I just wanted to do that while Jeff was in the room. So
Sure.
just want to make sure
No,
we're finished first with equipment.
Anybody else have any questions, comments? Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this enhancement request is for $50,000, and it is out in Leith with regards to Leith Beach. And again, recognizing that we want to do something nice for the good folks out in Leith who have put up with that construction that has gone awry. And the request is to do some upgrades to the entrance into the beach, to do some upgrades to the boat ramp, and to do a nice cleanup of the beach area to, do more than rake the sand, but just really clean up that beach area so that the residents residents of Leith and Annan have a place that they can go and be safe and enjoy swimming. So, and this request would come from the infrastructure reserve. So I just, while Jeff is in the room, if there are any questions, and Tori.
Sorry.
Through your worship, that work would fall under our Parks Department. So I think Rick is here as well, so he could come in and speak to it, but it doesn't actually impact the transportation team.
CAO Everett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also just identify that in the 2024 development charge study, there was $50,000 in the DC study for Leaf Beach development upgrades. So there is $50,000 in there. I think a little bit was spent this year just in some upgrades, but I think it was minor. So there is money available that would not be a tax increase, nor would it have to go to any of the reserve.
Great. Councillor Yuri? Oh, sorry. You're seconding. Okay. And so
Apologies.
Margaret, you're on.
I just want to make sure with the deputy mayor that you would like to change the motion. Currently, you've proposed it as funded from the infrastructure reserve. So based on the CAO's input, that you're comfortable having that revised to the development charges as the source of funding?
Yes, and I'm just curious to know how much of that has been used, or do we need to top up to the 50,000?
My suggestion, if Val would agree, is we use the remaining funds for that, for the DCs, and then just offset any remaining of the 50 from the reserve.
Yes, and it's the general infrastructure reserve.
Okay. Are we ready to vote on that? I don't hear any discussion. All in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Now, we don't have a long way to go and to finish the slide deck, and I think that we'll just keep boogieing for a bit here and see if we can do that. Bridges. And I'm going to just go one slide ahead there to let you see there is the bridges in both rural and urban Meaford, the bridge work. And I think that, again, I just want to impress that I think there's a lot going on both in the urban and rural area with respect to our bridges. Do you maybe want to speak, Tori, to them? I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Through your worship, I would be happy to. So you've already seen on our ongoing project list that we have a couple of bridges that are slated for construction in 2026 and for rehabilitation. The list here are new projects that involve bridges, and they would be it would be for design in 2026, and we'd have construction in future years. These bridges include structure 129, which is on the Georgian Trail, structure 70, which is located on Side Road 4, and will be an interesting construction project as it is on a dead end. So we will need to make sure that we can maintain access to the property. And then the final project, which this map represents a fair number of bridges, is a bridge maintenance project. Mayor Kettner has already identified this project, but it is really to address some minor concerns on our existing bridges that have been identified through our biannual inspections. And this work is intended to ensure that these currently minor items don't turn into larger things requiring more significant work, and allows for an extended life span to our bridges.
Do we have any questions about bridges? Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. It's not a question about any one specific bridge, but I really wish our council could have a discussion. I'm not sure how we would go about this, but it concerns bridges. We have over 70 bridges in our municipality. Some are culvert type bridges. Some are the good old fashioned concrete ones, but we've got two bridges on Georgian Trail, one in town, one just east of town, that need to be replaced. We have one coming up on Side Road 4 that serves, as far as I know, only one residence. We repaired a bridge, we rebuilt a bridge last year on Side Road 8 that really had questionable accessibility for our residents. We did one south of Leith a couple of years ago for almost $2 million that serves three families. Bridge is 035 and 046 that we're doing a huge amount of rehabilitation work on this year. Every property on each side of these bridges you can get to. You don't have to cross that bridge. Maybe I'm the only one, but I really think, yes, these bridges are on either municipal roads or road allowances. And we have a duty to serve the property owners who live there. But I just, with the asset management problems that we have currently and have in the future, I wish council could at least discuss amongst themselves, is there another way? We need staff help, of course, but this one's been concerning me now for 2 or 3 years that we can't afford putting millions of dollars into every bridge that we have. That's I guess that's all I want to say, Your Worship. I think it's something that I don't think council has ever sat down and discussed, and it's been a big expense to us in the past. We had the situation out on the town line with the 2 bridges, and I think bridges are a very important part of our municipality and our budgets that we haven't really looked at the root of the situation. So that's just all I'm asking is, am I the only one who's concerned about the cost of these structures?
Tori, I'll go to you and then we'll go around the horseshoe here.
Through your worship, I just wanted to identify a couple of resources that council has available to them that might help them with some of this information. Back in 2016, the municipality completed a bridge state of the infrastructure report, and it identified our bridges throughout the municipality that, based on a couple of different features, were recommended for closure through that process. And so that report provides information as to why those were identified for closure. Council decided to move forward with a different option, but that full wholesome review has been done. Through the transportation master plan, it was asked that some additional information was done utilizing that information from 2016 to give some more context and some more evaluation points as to more social impacts of bridge closures. And so that information was identified to council in 2021 in a council report. And in that report, if I remember correctly, it was also reviewed our dead end bridges, recognizing that they're very costly and have less impact to our road system, but clearly significantly impact to a very specific number of residents. And so no recommendations were provided in that report, but it did highlight different options available based on the different locations, just so that council was aware that in some cases, there are alternative options if they ever wish to proceed with them. So those two main reports would definitely assist with this conversation if council wishes to have it.
Deputy Mayor? Okay.
So thanks, Victoria. And yes, I think as a matter of fact, we did close one bridge, and that was up in Councillor Bell's neighborhood, north of Side Road 30. And I guess I'm not necessarily meaning to say, hey, we're going to have to close some bridges. It's just, is there a less expensive way of rebuilding bridges? I think we got a reasonably good response out on the deviation with the two bridges, and I just hope we're sticking with that idea that for a bridge with a low traffic count and a low weight account, can we back off on some of the cost?
I'm gonna go then to CAO Everett. And then I'll come
Yeah,
back.
thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I may be incorrect, but when we, being the first year of me doing budgets here, I know from a staff perspective, we had lots of discussions on bridges because of the cost and because we have a good amount of bridges and structures within this municipality. But my understanding is council at some point, and I believe it was this council, said they did not want any bridges closed. So unless I'm missing something, from a staff perspective, when we developed the budget, that budget was built on no bridges being closed. And there was a lot of discussions because staff are looking at it going, this is a bridge to nowhere, but unless we get different direction, those are sort of our marching orders. Thank you.
So I'm gonna go back, I guess, to Councillor Greenfield and then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Everett. Yeah, you're right. That was council's decision. I guess that was a few years ago, and I think I'm safe in saying that municipal world has changed. I mean, that was back before COVID, right? Sorry to bring COVID back up, but no, I think that, yeah, that was the decision that was made, and I was part of that. But is it time just to, re-examine that decision? And are there any other alternatives, any other options?
To you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just speaking on behalf of myself, and looking at the pressures that the municipality has in using reserves and collecting money from taxpayers. I think staff would welcome to have that review. Understanding there will be lots of bridges that for historical significance will be limited, but if council would like staff to be bringing those types of reviews forward every time we look at a bridge, I think staff would welcome being able to bring those options forward, because it is something that from our asset management it's a huge cost for the long term. So thank you for that.
Tori?
Through your worship, I just also wanted to comment on alternative bridges. So during design of all of our bridges, we require the engineer to do a review of all of the different options. We also recognize that there are certain bridges that we could potentially follow a different process, similarly like we did for structures 21 and 22. But we also recognize there are structures that how they were built 80 plus years ago no longer meets the requirements of the Conservation Authority, current design standards. And that is why sometimes typically you do see some significant costs, because not only does the bridge need to be larger than what was there, but there is additional construction outside of the structure that is quite significant to allow for that bridge structure to go in. And so, for example, with structure 2, which you mentioned, having a significant cost associated with it, that bridge actually was very similarly constructed to structures 21 and 22, but the costs associated with the construction of the abutments and the work around the bridge caused the project cost to be significantly higher. The actual structure itself, if I recall, was about $200,000, but all the additional work that was required because of requirements through the Conservation Authority, we had to put a significantly larger bridge in that location.
Deputy Mayor, you've had a question quite a while ago.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, a lot of that has been answered, and I appreciate the discussion. Coming back to the motion to keep all bridges open, that really was put in place to move 21 and 22 forward, because at that point in time, we didn't have, you know, the support that was needed from individuals to get those projects happening. So that was the real purpose of that. So I think it is time to have a review. So the remaining question is, and the CAO has talked to this about bringing, you know, reports forward to council, but when do we actually do for a bridge SOTI update? If that was 2016, this is 10 years out, are we actually due for an update to the existing bridge SOTI at this point?
Through your worship, the bridge state of the infrastructure report, or any of the state of the infrastructure reports, are really great documents. But as we move into asset management planning and really utilizing asset management planning as our way forward, those types of reports are essentially duplicating that work. So if there are specific studies or things that we want to look at that have been identified in those SOTIs in the past, we can get a consultant to look at those specific things. That could include, for our roads, different models of how we do rehab and resurfacing. And for our bridges, we could do a review of which bridges have less would have less impact on our residents. But I do think that the information in those is probably still relevant. We could review traffic counts to see if there has been a significant shift in any given location, but generally, I don't think a lot of the information has changed unless there's a desire for a different type of review to happen. And then again, in 2021, as a part of our transportation master plan, we kind of layered on the information from more of a social impact. And so I think the information exists. Maybe it just needs to be re-reviewed and represented with a different vision, recognizing that council is looking at options with bridges, and maybe that is enough to continue. But again, we could look at getting some external knowledge if there are other areas that we haven't yet looked at and we want to look at for the bridges.
My question, if I may ask it, is it seems to me that it's quite possible that the SOTI report it gave timelines for when a bridge should close if it can't, if it isn't repaired. And I think that that may be conceivably pushing projects into the queue that really don't deserve that level of urgency. And I would be upset if I thought we were repairing bridges of low, priority ahead of bridges with high priority because they're going to collapse sooner. I mean, I think we should have the option of maybe temporarily closing some bridges so that we can focus on the high-use bridges that need immediate attention. I'm just throwing that out there. And I think I agree, we do need to have this discussion, and we've been around it a few times, practically every year and probably at budget time. So, but I do think that it is coming to a point where, and perhaps one of the things we've talked about is bridges that only have one user, and whether there's a way to transfer ownership of that bridge or is there a way to facilitate that? Anyway, go ahead, Tori, and then I'll go.
Through your worship, I just wanted to comment on how we are prioritizing bridges. So we are utilizing our biannual OSAM inspections to prioritize which bridges are identified in the budget. Those are inspections completed and required to be completed by an engineer every other year on each structure, and we complete half of our structures in 1 year and half of our structures the following year. We utilize the information in that to develop our 5 and 10-year outlook as to what is required, and obviously continually update it as we get new information annually. Right now, we prioritize 100% based on which bridge is the most requiring of maintenance, or what the most benefit would be to the municipality. We haven't looked at use or road count specifically to prioritize things. However, we haven't gotten to a point where, in my experience, we have had to choose one over the other. We have had the funding required to consistently identify the structures in a given year that require attention. And as you will see asset management coming forward, I would say bridges right now with the funding model we have is actually very close to being sustainable. Obviously, if there are ways to reduce that overall amount in general, that allows for funding to be put elsewhere. And so there are benefits to that. But this is actually an area that we are seeing that that 1% increase that we have focused on since 2016 has really made an impact on our structures. And so there is definitely an ability to change the process and how we're doing things. But right now we are able to prioritize work based on the OSAM inspections and what is required for upgrading, recognizing we are replacing currently all of our structures.
Great. We have you have a question, any others? And because I'm going to call a recess here by 12:30, so
Thank
go
you,
ahead,
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor.
More comment. I was just going to say, because as someone who wasn't on council when the decision was made, I totally understand the desire to not close any. I'm getting the impression bridges are like snowflakes. Everyone's different based on the topography, the abutments, the bridge itself. And I totally respect what we're trying to accomplish, but it's got to be done on a case-by-case basis as far as I'm concerned, because just the edict of doesn't close no matter what doesn't necessarily make financial sense, but so I'm comfortable on a case-by-case basis as opposed to saying all.
Okay. And if there's no further questions, I'll go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So back then, one of the reports stated that the municipality of Meaford had 85 large span culverts and bridges, which is the same number virtually as the entire county of Gray. And we're the municipality of Meaford. So that burden of that infrastructure requirement has not gone away. And to the CAO, I think back at that time period when the twin bridges were closed was one of the most upsetting times to be on council. One morning, the people down there woke up and there was concrete blocks put at the end of the bridge. Nobody had a heads up, no conversation at council, no direction was given. A unilateral decision was done, and it took us years and years and years. So from the CAO's point of view, you've often said you want your council here to be informed of what's going on. That was the biggest shock that we had from the ratepayers. I needed to go across to the field on the other side, and I was there yesterday, but today I can't. And that was totally upsetting. So anyway, I'd welcome a review on this too, on that. So thanks.
So I'm going to suggest that we recess at this point and have a lunch break and come back to, because I think we have pretty much completed the capital budget, but you may want to review a few things, and we'll make a plan for Friday's meeting. So I'm going to adjourn our meeting at this point. I'm going to call us back to order. It's just after 1 o'clock, and we've come a long way in 2 days, and we've pretty much covered our capital budget today. If there's any more discussion on that people would like to have, maybe just give me a signal, and we can continue talking about capital, or if you feel we're satisfied with this morning's session. I think we need some maybe direction on some next steps. So I could maybe go over to you, Valerie, for that. I know that all the staff is anxious to get us orchestrated so that we are really finished on Friday. And so go ahead.
So on Friday, we'll be discussing user fees, service partners, and then have a final review. But again, we'd like to reiterate, if there's any more amendments, either bring them as of now, or they have to be completed on Friday. And then I think after that, there's a waiting period, but basically it'll be deemed to be passed until you decide maybe there's something that you'd like to find out.
I think from my standpoint, like with no amendments, there would be nothing for me to override. So.
If I may just mention, Your Worship, there have been a number of amendments through this process. They haven't necessarily impacted the tax-supported bottom line, but we have had a number of amendments. So those are subject to veto. So after February 6th, once the end of the day comes, our intention is to bring the list of amendments that have been prepared, and you can review that. And either at that time, you can say you don't intend to veto, or you can reserve the right for a maximum of 10 days to consider a veto. After that, depending on where things go, there are two options. Either if there's no veto, then it's deemed adopted. And if there is a veto, then we'll see if we need to convene so that council can then discuss your veto in an override meeting. So I hope that helps to explain.
It
So
does.
there are amendments, but it doesn't necessarily mean there has to be action from
Well,
that. But
no,
just to
and
clarify.
because the amendments do not impact, to date, do not impact the tax rate that I brought forward, there would be nothing, I'd have no reason to, would have nothing to veto, so. Val?
The only other thing, and Holly brought it to my attention, was we did have placeholders in our slides for Friday, so we'll just bring you with an updated slide package just to clean up that so that it's done for public, as well as on the Friday agenda, we will attach the Excel document for capital because it wasn't published today, and I think it needs to be public for public. Thanks.
It also occurs to me that we had, was it not 10 new projects that staff brought forward as part of the capital budget that we really haven't discussed today? And I wonder if we could just get a brief report on each of them so that we can at least, have a little more information about those current projects. And everybody's looking a little nonplussed, so.
So what I will say is, we'll review the slides that we have for Friday, and then we'll review the capital projects, i.e. the 10 additional projects. If we have, anyway, we will update the slides and you should get them shortly.
Okay.
Probably within the next
Those
24 hours.
10 new projects I'm speaking of are in the budget book, so that everybody's got access to them. It's just we haven't really, and they're not necessarily big projects, but they are definitely all, in my mind, important and moving us forward. So, Tori, you had a comment?
Through your worship, a lot of these projects fall under my team, so I'm happy to give a brief description. of some of the projects that haven't been highlighted yet through these
If you
slides.
wouldn't mind, I think that would be very worthwhile, and it's for the benefit of the public as well.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to. So I will start with our facility services grouping of projects. This falls under that budget item that we are seeing a 0.86% decrease in this year. And included in that, the first project that you'll see in the budget book is the FOB key system phase 2 implementation. So last year we started a project to I'm in the open book, so I just need 1 second to get to the page itself.
I could do that too.
So I'm going to start on 255 and I'm just going to go through this section and then I will continue with all the sections that directly impact my team. And then other teams that have projects can go through theirs. So we started this project last year, and it was to create a more secure access to all of our municipal facilities. This project is continuing locations that weren't in the #1 priority to the rest of our facilities. So this will include doors at Patrol B and the Sydenham office, Meaford Hall, the Harbour House, Memorial Park, and the Memorial Park shop. The community center and the shop next to the community center, because there are items in this that are reflective of user pay budgets. Some of the funding is coming from the tax base, whereas those specific doors in the harbor and Memorial Park will be coming from the user pay budgets associated with those areas. Perfect. Okay, if no one has any questions, I'll move on to the next project. So we have a solar panel engineering project recommended for this year. This is utilizing money that has been in reserves from the PILT settlement. When council identified they wanted $140,000 towards solar panels. Nothing has been done with this money, so staff recognize that this is a good time to move forward with a solar panel project. This year is really an investigation year. Work had been done back, I think, in 2016 to identify and understand the solar panel, what can be done with regards to solar panels and the funding options that were available. There have been significant changes in the market, and so we just need to understand where it currently sits and then our options. And so this year we are going to understand how and when and we can utilize solar panels to our benefit. And then we'll be updating council kind of what direction we can look to go or our options for that. Next, we have the Patrol B sand dome replacement. Based on the current condition and inspections that have been done, as well as some failure that occurred last year at the Patrol B sand dome, we recognize that this building does need replacement. And so we are recommending that in 2026, we complete engineering. We will review multiple options and ensure that what gets constructed meets the needs of our municipality right now, but also looking into the future. And so we will look at multiple different options, ensure that we are finding something that is both suitable but also cost effective.
And I'm sure everybody here does know, but Patrol B is the station at I guess at the extreme end of Meaford, not quite to the boundary, but at the top of the hill and on the I want to say the south east corner,
Yeah,
southwest corner.
And it is the location where all of our plows and other vehicles that service most of the west side of the rural area report out of. And so this sand dome is where they would be getting the sand from for winter maintenance. We have a roof replacement at the Blue Dolphin Pool. The roof just has reached end of life, and so we will be doing work there to replace the existing roof. The next project is in McCarroll Park. We are replacing washroom doors. While this is a smaller project, it is very important. There has been multiple components of the doors that we have recognized are currently failing. And so we need to make sure that we are staying on top of these types of replacement as they allow for the structure itself to stay in good condition. And we recognize that there's a lot of work being done that will bring more people to this park. And so we recognize the priority of it.
Question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should have just jumped in there on the Blue Dolphin. It was the same question I had earlier about the other amenities. So again, from a timing perspective, when are they looking to do the pool roof? So as not to kind of impede presumably operations throughout the year or the summer season?
Through you to your mayor, we'd be looking hopefully to the fall, so once the season is over. But in talking with our consultant, if it's something that won't impact operations, then we can look at any time of the year, based on pricing. But if there is impact to the service of the pool, the fortunate thing, the pool does close Labor Day weekend in September typically, and there's still plenty of good months from there till snowfly to do the roof.
So those are the projects that fall under my team. So everything else for our combined infrastructure projects as well as transportation was highlighted in the slides. But there are some other projects that other teams might want to highlight. So I will leave it there for any other team. Sorry. I was reminded that there's a couple other facility projects that fall under other headings. So some other facility projects that we have for next year that would let me find the page for that. So this would be on page 270. It's the Meaford St. Vincent Community Center water heater replacement. This is just a standard replacement of one of the hot water heaters in the building. Not very exciting, but very important. As well, we have a furnace replacement in the community center as well that we will be moving forward with. Again, the unit has reached end of life, and so we want to make sure we do it before we see any significant impacts. And potentially lastly, I think, we have identified $200,000 to be put into reserves, recognizing that the community center and arena have two significant projects coming up, most likely in the next 5 years. This money is being allocated to both the replacement of the ice pad and boards, as well as the roof replacement of the arena. We recognize that these projects are going to be well above our annual funding capacity that we currently have each year for facilities. And so we want to make sure that we are putting money away so that when these projects are required, that we have the funds and that there isn't a shock to taxpayers. There are going to be more and more of these larger projects coming forward from a facility perspective as our infrastructure continues to age. And so we want to make sure that those reserves are available. And when we can, to allocate reserves specifically for certain projects. As indicated earlier through questions from Councillor Bell about putting money in reserves, this is a really good way to reduce a one-time impact to the taxpayers while utilizing those reserves for specific reasons. We hope to continue to put money away out of the facility allotment over coming years so that we get closer to being able to fund these. We do expect that for the two projects combined, we will most likely need between $2.5 and $3.5 million for these projects. So this is very much a starting point, but we'll continue to work to figure out how to fund them. And obviously always looking at other funding sources as well.
And I want people to know that, yes, we've tried to keep our tax rate down, but we're also trying to build for future councils that they will have the funding they need going forward, so. Councillor Uri?
So page 277, there's also the Blue Dolphin Pool boiler replacement. Says activity design procurement will take place early 2026. So is that the same scenario? Likely he's trying to do that in the fall in conjunction with the roof, or?
It's parts project.
Of course he is.
Your mic.
Through you, your worship, and council, you're, yes, we would hopefully hold off until the season permits, like a shutdown or extended period of maintenance.
Thank you.
Okay, and go ahead.
Another one, page, just a quick couple of I've got. Page 260, just a quick question. I'm presuming that's a typo because it says under the fire service capital projects with the bunker gear, helmets and boots. The second paragraph says the ordering of the replacement gear would happen in March 2022. Just thinking we're a little behind.
That's a recurring annual project, and they order, I think, approximately 4 bunker gear annually. So it's a typo.
Not as much. Okay. Yeah, if I can keep going, I want just one more. Page 246, and I did speak with CIO Everett about this as well as Meaford Hall staff. Just wanted, we're talking about stage lighting replacement and rigging system and some of the equipment that's going to be taken out of there. And I know that some of it is end of life and is going to be basically deemed redundant, but there are some equipment in there that I just thought that potentially could be repurposed. We have other halls, Woodford, Bogner, Lee, that we could technically, if they're still able to be useful, Meaford Hall requires a much higher degree of technical ability and capability, whereas some of these smaller halls might benefit for some of this equipment being repurposed. So just want to plant that seed. If it can be done, I'd like to see that happen.
I do know there was enough wrong with the one system to prompt us to because originally we thought, you'd have to go a long way from Meaford to find a better stage and lighting, but in fact there were some imperfections that required to go ahead. And also I think it's the funding model is it's not going against the tax rate, but at any rate that is a great idea, and I think we should pursue that for sure. That I guess then covers us off on capital.
If there's anything else that you would like identified for Friday, if you could just let us know, we could put it in the slides that we're going to have. Otherwise, if you have any other questions, just reach out.
Okay. Holly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to highlight for the benefit of council as well as the public that when we do have our finalized list of capital projects, they'll all be on our website at meaford.ca/capital projects, and we'll do our best to work with the project management team to have that kept up to date. So that's a good resource just for council and the public. Thank you.
So is there anything else today that you want to cover, Tony?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. One of the items that Jeff has also in there is 3 new riding lawnmowers, and it's $72,000 or $76,000. And anybody that looks at a commercial grade riding mower with a big deck like that, they're $18,000, $20,000. So my point is, he needs to replace them. We were in a struggle a couple of years ago to even find equipment. So again, you'll have some residual from the older units, but the budget that he's put in place there is really reasonable to get 3 new, fairly substantial commercial, mowers.
Yeah, 71,000. Okay, if there's nothing else, then I guess we can call it a day. I just encourage everybody to be sure that if you have something that you want included or that you want deleted, Friday is our last opportunity, and we must all come prepared to finalize the budget on that day then. And I don't believe we have, do we have yeah, we have got a confirming bylaw to deal with. So the recommendation is, be it resolved that bylaw 2026-13, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting of Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Can I have a mover and seconder? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bell, thank you. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And with that, then, I will wrap today's meeting up and remind everyone that we'll be back here on Friday morning at 9 o'clock for our final session. Thanks.